Okay. You're designing pen for an L28. Already talked about some of it before. Wow. Actually, watched that video. So, coming out here today and it's been pretty nice. All right. I think we're not going back to my original plate, rotating plates and spherical design for the head using a aluminum construction and having print that and the axle for them, having stuff there, to press them to hydraulic bearings and different spindles and thumbs and a few plates there in the spherical with the edges, of course, being rounded off. Okay, so those are the bearings where they go off into the seating position areas. That way they're sealed. Oil goes in through the little bumps and dimples, but it can only go to this one specific spot to go back in and return. Now, that keeps oil there. Got holes in those plates, obviously, there's that air coming in. Now, that means we have to have a centric alternating ring design that offsets each bump and dimples to allow for it to go through, remain sealed. And all that means is there's a bunch of that constantly slots in between itself, while the two spots that it can open at for intake and exhaust open and close. So, pretty simple stuff. Same thing for the bearing ring seal. It's just the right shape. Stators or bumps and dimples, however you want to really say it, doesn't really matter, truthfully. It's just a seal, oil goes in there, you know what I mean? So that goes into the head, both of those parts. There's a main structure at the top, so that's what holds the two plates, which I can just see in my head. So, like, not that hard to do. Understand. But if you need to draw it, please do. Probably help you out. Not such a bad thing, right? But it's like, don't worry, the bottom, furthest down, that's attached to an axle towards the center. That upper structure contains, you guys said, a bearing that helps that rotate. But also the upper plate is going to have teeth at the top of its plate with a gear, that's right, gear there, that allows for it to rotate. That means they can slot it in and use a simple, just like a little flash and screw bolt job, kind of like they use for these ball joint telescoping. Like you screw them out. This little area here for like this, grab it with a wrench kind of thing. I forgot what the hell they're called. Point is, and then that gets it to be very, very strongly attached. It's pretty simple. I can get a couple of those from either an RC or something like that, or just get them 3D printed together with this. That wouldn't be too hard. Allows for a conical gear to be there that then has a rotating assembly. So, not technically a rotating assembly. Really, it's a leverage actuation solenoid. So, pushes in and it can turn, right? But it's like, I don't really need to do much to do that though. If I keep it in one specific spot, if you use the concept of pivot, then this would probably get a lot easier for you to understand, right? The rocker arm is a crescent shape to allow for a pivot angle back down, right? So if you angle that correctly with that structure that's above these, two plates that go into each one of your cylinders, they're right above. That's what this rotating thing is for. It's your valves. Allows you to not need pop-up valves because they're fully sealed and they're oiled, and you don't have to worry as much about any of that for bolt torque value. And hollow axle there allows for you to get, you guessed it, tricky with a spark plug. But no, I'd never make a injector spark plug combo by having that 3D printed stainless steel, you know, a solenoid action. Need to energize it anyway to ground and lead and little plating of something, like iridium, copper, nickel, silicon carbide, etc. It allows for it to ground out, throw in some fuel as a direct injector as well if you wanted to. But it just rotates off of those two gears. All right, but like the pivot, we're going to go back to the pivot. All right, remember that at the right angle as you move it down over here. So from the head here, let's look at the top of the engine, there mines, towards the front of the engine. This is where the rotating crank has to connect to this thing. So over here, where we're at, that can be a type of gearing assembly, axle, right, with a conical and a hypoidal gear of sorts. Keep the print, which allows for you to get a secondary gear in between that then attaches to an axle that goes to a compressor that allows for you to then have a housing that goes around that. Axle's hollow, that's a pump. That means it's always oiled. Then the outside can be, of course, a separate pump, for the oil, actually. See, like the internal side is actually for the coolant here. But I got you, I'm sure. Like, I'm going to use oil in the, why would I do that? I use that for the coolant. Why would I use that for the coolant? Makes no sense. Use that for the coolant. But, I digress. It's not that big of a deal. Because, like, oil on the outside is where I would want all of that because gears, axles, etc. But anyways, that's why there's a secondary gear there in between that allows for a change of both the duration, of course, and the outright speed of the others is like a differential. Okay, so it's like this is your compressor, the supercharger compressor that now has a CVT transmission on it. That also changes, you guessed it, with the help of this other gear. Which I'm still debating which gear I want to use. I was thinking like a conical ball, ball in the center, two conicals on either side. Basically, it's a lantern, green lanterns here, that kind of thing, right? And it seems like it would work. I just have to pivot it. And when I pivot that, that's pretty easy to work on the pivot structure at the top here as it's angled. To alter, of course, those conicals, because that has to be connected to these gears. So that on either side here then has to go towards the center. Remember that? There's like that axle there that's got to rotate. There has to be a structure there supporting it. So like no matter what, it's got that. It's gonna have a gear there. And then there'll be a conical at the top. So it's like, okay, if you don't know, I've been debating this hard. It's like that sounds expensive to 3D print. There's a lot of gears all the way through. I was looking at just a basic boom, this $400, maybe 600, roughly to print that as an aluminum head as a crossflow design for an L28. L26. Not too bad. That's doable. But it's like, all right, well, no, I get this in there. I gotta hold it up. There's gonna be an outside, of course, rotating bearing that's got oil always there. It goes to these bearing gears. So like they're gears on bearing. Simple, because this over here at the front, so you can imagine in your mind, will then power all of these gears down the line. Every one of them costs money to print. Every one of those little things costs money to print. Bearings are not too hard, to be fair. A small amount of tool steel and some oil. Not too bad, but it's like kind of, sort of. I was thinking aluminum, to be fair, because it's way cheaper, but stainless steel is quite cheap too. It's not as, but I can always coat them with a boron nitride. That's electroless, right? I don't need any electricity, I don't need any fancy smancy chemicals or any of that. That allows for it to rotate pretty decently well. Should work. It's got to thicken it, so which is the thing I don't want to do. It's like, all of a sudden I cost myself more. So it's like, oh, stainless steel, it's smaller, but costs more, weighs more. All of it's going to be a balancing act, I'd say. But that allows for that gear to then rotate effectively and power the conical, but that conical can also be attached to the structure that's there that pivots, right? Because that would be VBT effectively, but it also alters the CVD and the total amount of opening between these two plates. So they counter rotate first and foremost, which means they pass in front of each other and then they close, right? So they open and then they close, right? Boom, like that. You know what I mean? But it's like, all right, as cool as that is, and as fast as it is, and I don't need any springs anymore. I don't need any valves anymore. It's like, well, it'll work. You can see it at the bottom and along the sides, and I have to make sure the port area really kind of has that structure there supporting it for the oil in and then the pump and etc. But like, I got a pump over here, right? It's like, just reverse that top first, then it goes down. Probably make it easier. Just drop onto the crankshaft there. But normal thing, I guess. It's like, well, I need an oil pump anyways. Makes sense. Yeah, coolant pump anyways, so it makes sense. Have that there. Versus supposed to go up and then over to where this aluminum is just 3D printed. It's a heat exchanger, like an intercooler effectively. But that's my intake. Coolant goes in. If you've ever seen an L28 engine, there's all these little holes along the side. And I'm like, those are coolant inlets. That's what that is. Those can allow coolant. So this is where it'll be mounted. The thing gets mounted to the head too, where the ports are. And then coolant goes in and then goes around and goes back down. And that'll work as it'll go through both the air and then, well, I want to get it into the head. So I haven't, quite gotten there just yet. Except I have a lot of cooled oil for what it's worth, which is interesting to say the least. But it's like, I don't know. Will it do it well enough? Aluminum, sure. I mean, if it's 3D printed aluminum, that's a thing, right? So it's like if it's 3D printed stainless steel, it'd be better. It's like 3D printed stainless steel isn't easy to have transfer heat. It's resistive to heat transfer. It's less thermally conductive. It's an insulator often. Except if you've ever done anything with stainless steel and coffee, you know that it bleeds heat away so fucking fast. It like takes it and then it's just like, yeah, but it also just bleed it away for some fucking annoying reason. A lot of IR emission and conducted to conductor. Effectively, right? Whatever. I think it should be fine, right? Like, hey, but I want to get coolant somehow in there. A heat exchanger is fine for the air, right? And that's not going to be that big of a deal. It's a radiator, really. You know, pipe, I suppose. There's coolant here, and then there's air there, and then the air goes in. You know, that kind of thing. It's pretty simple. 3D print a stainless steel exhaust manifold. Yeah, that's all right. And so it's like, all right. That seems like it work. I mean, it's all dependent on that, you know, rotating, pivoting structure. It's like, I don't know. Sounds expensive at first. Yeah. Like, you already have camshaft. You already have all these other things. Like, yeah, those are annoying as fuck to work on. And anybody can just use that. It's a lot harder to copy this. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's like a slight redesign of mine. That's just mine. It can take this. There isn't anything other than that was mine, always mine. Everybody knows that came from me. Makes it real hard to suggest something else going on. So that's a thing. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, well, if I do this, I gotta work. And the gears here are terribly hard print. Yeah, that's coating, or what it is. Yeah. Yeah. It's like the bumps and dimples, not hard. We've already done those. There's already pumps that we use, actually, if you don't know. Yeah, you can look up those. But they're technically counter rotating pumps. They use phasers, I think, so like LEDs effectively. For mine, it's like, yeah, I just want to have it hold the oil and not get into where the air is coming in and out. You know what I mean? That way it always has a degree of both pressure and lubricant where it needs to, and the signature then goes a little further out and comes back in. It get re-lubricated and cooled off. Instead of a perfect concentric ring, it's a offset and multiple styles of concentric rings here. Instead of a bullseye pattern, there's a thing that traces out circles for the protractor, non and so on. Plastic, got a gear, that kind of thing. Whatever that weird name is with an oid probably attached to it. You know, like the ons of the various subatomic particle world, or the eons of the elemental world, and then they categorize the chemical compositional world. Yeah, that kind of thing. So there's that. It's like, whatever. That's a big deal. Of course, that's all doable, and it doesn't seem, especially when it's like these little small things are like less than $100 that I've seen online. And I looked it up, like, the whole head, total assembly, it's about $400 to 600. But it's like, I want to nickel plate it. I want to do a little bit more to it. Sure. I get the whole thing. It's like, I'll make it stronger. to put holes in it and then nickel plate is really electroformed. The nickel, it's like gotta make it stronger. Makes sense to put some silicon carbide in it. Because the 3D printed aluminum has silicon and magnesium in it. I'm like, well, with carbon or silicon carbide to help it adhere a lot better. Nickel plate that then turns into a nickel form. So electric forming is a whole other thing. So like, going to something like isometry, where they do nickel plating, not forming. And unless I can maybe talk to them, maybe they'll do it. It'd be really nice. Silicon carbide does exist for electro and electrolytic plating, and so it should work. Just the process, that's for sure. And it's like, well, that means more money. That's what I have to know. So, I'm gonna have to figure that one out, right? Or nitride makes it easier for the torque to have them rotate and get within the spec range I'm looking for. The very exactly micron. This is uphill. Whew. But yeah, micron range that is required to be able to bolt, etc. for everything. Yeah, it's like, if that's the case, I have to have this cover anyways. How do I design this cover? I just need like an axle housing at that point, and like some small spots here allow for bearings to be introduced using nickel and boron nitride forming with aluminum. That way it can't gall into the iron. No galvanic corrosions. For its worth. It's like, what? There's stainless steel here, right? I'm like, yeah, well, the axle thing, see what I mean with the debating or something? It seems like the cover is obviously a separate thing, right? It's like, hey, what if I sold? It's like, how long will it take you to sell this? A while, possibly. Plus, I want to change out the heads on the L28 and the L24s. They have flat top, but they're 2 millimeter or something down, 3 millimeter, something like that, from the total diameter. Like, yeah, impressive. No. I'll just nickel plate it and boron nitride it. Boron nitride the inside of each cylinder wall. Seems like if I do that, it'd be better, but hey, what if I drill in? Think the right, angles here. So right diagonals, drill in, soft material. I know it's for what it's worth. Technically, depending on what you're talking about, stronger than aluminum. But not really, which is a hard thing, and it has to be balanced the counterweight here. So I'm like, so nickel's heavier than iron. So silicon carbide definitely allows for it to bond, and if I can get a little chromium here, it'll help out too with bonding processes. Which then means it's like, well, an etching process would be a good idea. After drilling in, we'll clean it. We'll also make micro porous structures to adhere to the surface of these things and deeper in. It's just like paint, right? Scratch the paint, you get mechanical fusion. Right? It's harder for it to rip off because it has to really rip off the surface layer of iron and a deeper area on the inside of that iron. With the nickel, which is great. And that would also increase kind of like the triangle pyramid geometric structure of a strut member tower, which improves, of course, outward and inward and so on. So, stress, compressive, tensile strength go up, and along with tensional strength too, which is great because that's like, oh, it slightly started burning a little faster over here, or cooled a little faster over here, and that then creates a tensional wobble, right? Because it's a thermodynamic resonance tensional stress. But that's not too bad. I can do that. Refurbishes the engine anyway for the cylinder sidewalls, so nickel. So like bore gauge said, yeah, it's pretty close. Get out the honer. Yeah, that's good. Or I tried it. Yeah, right. And wouldn't you know it? Yeah, back to that. All the compression didn't rub and wear one side down a little more than the other now. Or at least it looks like that. It did. I just refilled that area and there's nickel. A little scratchy hone work first, over hone somewhat, right? Nickel form, dump in or nitride, you get the fix. It's like, that sounds like a decent amount of work. Here, fill this cylinder up with this other cylinder. It's 3D printed something, I guess. I don't know, like some plastic, coated or something, and infill it with some graphite paint, some nickel ions. Like, yeah, it fills up all the size it needs to nickel plate, and then hone, axe it straight, get up bore gauge. I need less material now, so it's like, yeah, boron nitride it. Like this. Done. That's pretty quick and easy and fast and simple. But I have to buy that material, so not quite so much for me, but other people, oh, absolutely. If you have like a couple $100 lying around and DC power supply and a couple of stuff like that, bada bing, bada boom, baby, hey, done, finished, easy. Let's go. Ah, I don't have that. But by oh, I'm like, oh, what if I just overboard it and just fucking sleeved it with like a fucking stainless steel cylinder? Made that happen. Just hone that fucker the right way. It might be with the right sheet steel here, the right call, but it's like, it is to be rather thin wall of stainless steel. And I don't know if they make those, unfortunately. And overboring that hard is not exactly free with the honing tool. So there's a bit of that going on right now. So of course I'm weighing options, and it's like, look at all these tiny gears, and it's a couple $100 right there. Look at the cover and this fucking thing. I'm over $1,000 now. But I've got a crossflow head, Desdermonic, Valvetronic, operate off of BVT, which, yeah, that's on my inline four that my Mitsubishi Outlander Sport happens to have for both its intake and exhaust. So that allows me to change my BVL, BVD, BVT, its total size of the thing, right? And the BVT thing, but that's pivot, depending on which way you go, inward or outward, based on the solenoid. So like it has this statically fixed 0 point. It can go negative and it can go positive value. That alters what it can do for those GPTs this way. Anyways, to explain that is not too hard to do. A negative value would probably be easier to do through a BBL, and a positive BBT. Now that's nice, but of course that means they both have to work in tandem, which is okay. It's not too hard. Of course, I could also use oil and coolant, right? And at different RPMs, automatically have it changed and set up for that anyways. So if I use a lot more mechanical here, I have to do a lot more I have to do a lot less, not a lot more, a lot less total finagling of the solenoid. So we have a CVT system. And it's like, hey, piston head, why did you do this? Yeah, sure. I was looking for like 20,000 RPM here. And this will do it, to be fair. However, give it a break, give it a second. Let me talk about it. What if I just didn't do that, though, and I still went to like 9K or something? I can totally do a 9K. What's so bad about that, right? But it's like, it's able to do that. Sure. I mean, I ran it up to that, did the whole thing, blah, blah, right? But that's probably not sustainable. No. But if I just did this instead, and now it'll last a lot longer. I just have to get all that done. And it's like, I don't have a few $1,000. It's like, that's not going to do anything. That's not happening. You know, I don't even have the money for this to begin with, but I got the engine. So there's that. And I do have some money I could put into a 3D print. It'd be pretty strapped. I wouldn't have any assurance. You know, coming up about mid next year. So there's that. Let alone all the rest of it. So I'm like, hey, well, shit. Doable though. For what it's worth. I get one done. It's like, yeah, here you go. I'll sell you the CAD. I'll tell you the basic instructions and blah blah. So on. Here's some money for me. Here's your shit for you. Yeah. Right. It's like, yeah, it's probably worth it though. Gotta get somewhere somehow. You know what I mean? Like, why not small scale? It's harder to do always. And oh, you want an injector? I could never put a fuel rail there as a part of the pivot system for your 3D printed injectors, which would just be given a ducting, the ground, and aerospike fell in nozzle area. That way, electrode and goes the spark. I could never. It would be so irresponsible. Look, it's going into the fucking injector. It's burning with fuel around and air, but nah, it's gonna go down that way. Don't worry, that's the solenoid situation. Because electrode, and pop it back and go fuck yourself. Want you in here? You already overpressured this somewhere. Get out of here. Cool off. That's a good something that can handle high heat. Oh, I could never find tiny little rods that handle high heat sports that I could plate maybe. And then like the or nitride, storing the surface of it, and then plate it with a actual good placement, some electrical conform nickel or iridium. Actually, there's a lot of different metals that are electrically formed. Silicon carbide, like these still electrically conductive. You could always just put carbon on there. Where's my burn? That sounds relatively cheap. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, look, solenoid goes this way, fills up with some fuel, goes through. Wow, no way. Squirts, squirts, squirts. Oh no, it's going up. There's a hole here. It's attached to. fills up a reservoir, goes, as it goes down. But hey, like, what if I just did a two part to that? Depending on the RPM, which is sort of a part of it, but it's really more the rotation of the plates that alter how the solenoid is going to work on this side. Okay, which changes, of course, it being able to fire while it's already burned. I'll just throw some more fuel in. But oh, what's this? Where did this air come in from? Well, I wanted to get my coolant in here. Along with this oil. That way it has good oil bearing pressure and cool it down. And that structure is hollow, because that would be really easy to do actually. That allows for me to get more cooling, all the things, and vent the pressure and cover. It's like it's all doable. All doable. Each things, on the other hand, but smaller gears here, dimples and grooves instead of gears. That's where it's pumped now to the oil. Everything's oil. Yeah, a lot of oil. To get a cover for that. I guess I'll just throw it up from the top. Both the coolant and the oil. Let it drain down. Do that one more. I could do that, yeah. It would work. For here. But I miss. Let me see. You know what I mean? Like, I can. It's a lot of oil. A lot of oil. I don't want to do that much work. Seems like so much work. A lot of work. It seems like a lot of oil to me, at least. Let alone the amount of gears. I mean, sure, there's smaller gears, I guess, right? Like, that's not too bad. Right, yeah. So it's like, my gearing ratio got tiny. I got smooth as it. I got no time. Got small. Yeah, a lot of shit. What if I just put like this gear over here at the front? That's such a way to do that. A little bit of sort of direct counterclockwise to counter or something like that. Yeah, because I think it's a lot of oil. How do I get it out? I guess I'll have to have it. Go into a place. Whew. Right. Just straight up. Anyways, able to keep the thing. It's like a planetary ball set of this conical. Like a variator with conicals and balls. Have they ever done that before? Oh, for bikes, sure. And that's that CVT with balls that the bikes have. The pedal bikes, right? So like that already exists. So like, maybe the handle can be some power, right? First, what's the horsepower and torque can handle? You know what I mean, what's the biggest motor they ever stuck under the e-bike? Yeah, a horsepower. How much do I really want it to give me perfect? Wow. You don't have it? I don't believe you. First time doing anything for the bill. I read the name of the book. Yeah, let's say it done. Nope, it's done. Alright, let's do it. How do I do that? The go for constant expense, remember? I was like, how expensive is this going to really turn into for this fucking place? I figure. Yeah, I'm taking a rest. Yeah, you rested then. Whole thing. It's like, all right, I need to work on something. How do I really work on this? Like, yeah, the pivot structure is kind of annoying to me. I really want to get rid of it. I know it slides into some dovetail grooves and you just stick it out on either side. And then just get like, the two nuts on the outside to make sure it really ain't gonna move, you know what I mean? So it's like that's a spin on the inside that sticks it out, and then the nut goes and rotates into that standard kit. Pretty strong, basically. Make a hollow threaded rod. That way oil can come in and or return, how you want to do it. Squirt into where the bearings are. Put some grooves there. Put some holes into the bearings and the gear teeth thing. So it's like, they're straight cut or they're herringbone or other versions there. Well, kind of annoying at this point. Spiral cut. That could be decent technically. More of the groove and dimple guy. If they slip, it's fine. They'll just skip off into another dimple or bump. I mean, the oil pressure, it's like, fuck you, I don't want to do it. I'm all right here now. I can't move as much as I want to. Put like a little top piece pressure, reduce all the oil splash and everything. To make sure it doesn't degrade over time, so there's some PGI or some plastic like that. And then just nickel plate the shit out of it, basically. Or some ceramic and then nickel plate that. And it's gotta get thicker, thick enough really. Put some holes in it and nickel form around that as a mandrel. That'll be strong enough, I bet. It just needs to hold that a little bit of that splash back. How the splash is preferable, but it's a whole other thing, conversation. Because it's like, all right, so oil's coming in from this, and so like that'll come in from the top, from the front on over, and then we got oil from the bottom here, which is annoying as shit. And that's with the oil, where those gears are in the center. Be able to have that run up and down indeed. That's annoying. And I need pickup lines somehow. So it's like, I don't know. So get back to that structure. I already want to remove it at the top, and I've already made it work for myself. Right, I want to make it as simple as possible, as easy as possible to print this sucker for what it's worth. So that would fine for what it's worth. I just have to figure that one out. It's like here's two plates that are hemispherical. They slot into each other instead of making a ball or making a hemisphere. All right, let's go back to that. What it is, it's like a mushroom tip head from gutting out with lines and faders, whatever you want to call them, and then that has grooves over there, and then in between is they slot in between. Right, so like nothing can really technically go all the way out, but those areas where they could go out are returned anyway. So that would be fine. Right, and then you got the concentric rings, which are offset of the bumps and dimples. That means they intersect when it's open and they fully seal it when it's closed. So that'll work. Not too bad. I got the one injector spark plug in the center. Looks like a nipple. Basically, like depending on how low of a contraction you want to go, right? You got a larger breast size or a smaller breast size. You know what I mean? Flatter or more, and it's stuff. But anyways, that's not too bad. That's not too hard. In fact, if anything, that's pretty easy. Like as they go through those areas, like where the hole is gonna be, it's just effectively a bunch of stuff that goes and scoop it out and go off that way, and then now it's sealed, and so fill up and so on, etc. Gotta pattern them and position them the correct way. So that's not too bad at all. At the center, hollow axle, which is a bearing that rotates there, and won't be too bad. That'll go and push oil up that way. That'd be easy. Same thing for, but I want to get rid of that damn structure. This fucking point. Uh, It's like, man, all these gears annoy me, right? Like, it would be nice if they just had them overlap a little, like for real. And that's not quite easy. You made a stick at first. I have to make a rib cage effectively if I want to really do that. For the center, to then have like that output and then have it be altered by simply moving it forward or backwards for a center for the rib cage there. If the bones are stretching out diagonally onto the side there. That way I can use that as a positioner and then I change the gears that are there, how it would rotate it and how fast and more. Right, so it's like, might be easier, honestly, to do that, and then I turned into, what if I just use hydraulic fluid? Like, honestly, what if I just fucking use the oil pressure and it just flows through, right? And it captures it. Why not? It's a torque converter, right? It's awesome. Why not just use that? Fluid coupler has delay. It takes a little while for it to get going. And so, unless it's got something that makes it so it's one-to-one like that, like you need, which you can do, honestly, it's probably not going to work quite as well as you hope. Right? So, like, there's that. But, like, there's loss and fluid flowing through something because the boundary layer coefficients, the drag coefficients, friction coefficients to heat up, effectively. But, like, if you use that with cavitation zones, a little overheating, like I talked about, 50 cc hydraulic fluid crank video that's on my YouTube channel. And they effectively create like little skip over points, and it's a very small point, kind of like a bearing, really light for it to be effective. And so it flows faster now. But you don't need many of them. You can make larger versions of that, and then you just need the tip to kind of like swing somewhat decently hard and being able to support that kind of design. So a little offset goes a long way to help produce a vortex that fits it together. It allows for the component volume to be supported that keeps it vertically flows as it's an opposing the upside first of its rotation that to get flowing faster. Can't get it immediately, right? So then you have to wait for it. Like, what if I weighted in a different way? What if I had a hydraulic fluid, right? That went through, it sure has a huge frictional loss coefficient, but then this moves down and it moves forward, right? So that way it would allow for it to then start to up once it gets to this kind of steep portion, and then it's on idle the right kind of way, and then it reduces the characteristic loss to that. I guess dual doors, but it's like, if you don't know, it's like I have my own issues in this difference, right? Because it's like, I need this gearing, I need transmission for this oil pump to be able to really do that. So it's like, no matter what, I'm going to have to start up at a faster flow rate and then have it drain back that so the higher gear ratio, right? As the flow can get reduced. So that seems like it's worth do that, right? It's always different for sure. So it's like, hey, here's all the fucking receiver turbine pumps effectively that I need to have to be able to make this work, right? And it's like, it's easier, it's faster, it's less that I need to worry about. Doable, cheaper, way cheaper, way fucking cheaper. Well, that's years here now, right? I have to look into that. They don't really like, get too spinning. Like, there's always a loss, right? So I'd have to figure out the whole pumping flow rate ratio. I'd have to feel that. It wouldn't be terrible, though. It's about the receiving end. have to break it out like that rotates. So, a radiator that goes through those sides and those energy reservoirs that go back through the tube. They spin to do the same to the top and bottom as that would be like a reverse of that pump of those faders and have that go from the center out approach. And then that would basically most of it, I suppose. But out towards center means it slows down. It's like, hey, yeah, it depends on how you want to do that, right? It's like, hey, what if, so like, here's the, all right, if, if I have a plate, right, that rotates there, that allows for a certain amount of flow, increase or decrease, right? And then that would change essentially how much is captured before it hits the lead. But of course, then I need that flow rate to be decently high in return, and as it's moving around, possible that it could get carved, right? So that can't be there until effectively all the way towards another part of the vehicle's engine, and they're placed in the engine. So doesn't quite work. I mean, it's like if I slide it forward, right, like a little plunger with a piece brake engine, allows for and a tube there for more flow, right? Or it gets captured because there's less resistance, right? But like that's instead of a plate, it would be a tube, yeah, from center and then out, as it plunges through. But it's not terribly difficult to be fair. Yeah. Hmm. Debating because like Tesla turbines for what it's worth are decently efficient, but it's harder to actually use them because you need multiple plates and it's a boundary layer again. So like it's really just going to turn into a center stator that has two plates that rotate. And you then the outside hat that goes towards that center, right? It's like where the fuck does that go? Okay, like where does that oil really go? Right? When it's at low pressure. I kind of want to maintain flow rate, right? So it's like, there could be a larger total area volume intake versus the outside, you know. So and flow through axial based turbines are very specific with how they work. LPAs, which reverse, usually are pretty decent, but they're kind of annoying and they'll eventually break down whatever the material is made out of. So it's all in how you want to try and do it. Um, hmm, hmm. Time again. No. Yeah, good boy. All right. What if I were to think about this a little bit differently? Right. What if I were to enjoy it? I can think that. So like I'm trying to suck it through and get instead of pushing it, right? Because I'm already going to have it pushed through back. Okay. As it goes through, the oil that can get into there that is the fuel system. So that would act like a one-to-one impeller instead of a pushing. I call it a coupler, basically. Screw coupler, right? Yeah. Yeah, because I can use like two places already got. If I got rid of things to two by work, right? I two whatever it doesn't matter. Yeah. You rotate the screws in there, hydraulic bearings at that point, and use color base. Mountain behind that tree. Yeah. Higher altitude we go. Let's see here. And these color two bearing, little bearing things course, that means I can put it in a little further, come out, and with a slight angle, and inner diameter, right, print, the outer diameter. Right. All right. From an out to in, of course, that's a bit more suited to auger effectively. Screw. Tries to flow through faster, creates cavitation, so flow through faster. Of course, that means there's more torque. That's right. A cavitation is a vacuum that energy gets replaced into design. Pretty efficient, actually. Oil returns, it's expanded, we get a phase change, cooling system for oil. It also happens to power the spindle plate. I just got the conical test, right? Do a conical, then on the outer thing, move. Inner thing, inner tubes and outer tubes to be altered. Help it keep these thing opening nozzle element. That doable. Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah. What about the side stuff? Yeah, they're overlapping, right? Uh, if they're overlapping, yeah, I have to have a gear there anyway. Enter a conical. I have to have this, be positioned somehow above first the top at an offset angle, right? Left or right, doesn't matter where the header is. Where the center point is. Right. The angle in the conical happens to have receiver to the outside clean at the height void, I guess, height 40 volts, which were they're overlapping. Of course, that means a pivot, again, because the oil pressure would alter it, pivot it radically. Goes to the intake. That didn't French here to alter that. We'll get to that in a second. The thin film here, only to the sides is rotating outward. I like that. So, I use a cordial, because it's not going to be as flat and kind of have some other bottoms in it. So it's rotation work with this. So, rotation. Always counter rotation. Efficiency king. Better. So, let's say it's counter rotating, right? How do I make it counter rotating with the gear in between? It's rotating in one direction apart. Good question, actually. Right? Okay. Let's say it was counterclockwise. That had the bottom was clockwise and the top was another counterclockwise. So let's have to reverse that, right? So it has to be counterclockwise at the bottom. But wait, clockwise, right? Yeah. Top. Should be rotating that way. As this goes this way. Some of these things got it. What is this? How be doing this? I need another gear? I'm not. No. What if I design the gear to be reverse gear? Like, how do you do that? Yeah, it's all in the position. isn't it? Oh, there's oil there. Let's come out. So, your teeth goes this way. Yeah, shake that. Standard hypo. Yo, standard hypoid. It's like, all right, that's interesting. That sucks. Why? It's like, exactly why? Why would you? Put your teeth over here. They go, and I slide in, 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 and I slide in. But you know what it does do? Terribly, by the way. For like, sure, I guess it did it, I suppose, but it's terrible now. It wobbles. I don't want it to wobble. So, like, let's change the gear key on both of those things. All right, let's get that going. Change them into a standard. So this is a M sine wave. So a sine wave, standard sine wave, that's an M sine. Boom, boom, boom is what you think, right? Goes up, and it goes up again, right? Like, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, remember there's distance here from center to out. And as they rotate, they literally smash into each other. That means they intersect at only specifically these points. So, I guess I'll have to come up with a symbol, I suppose, for this one. As the MZ matrix. You have to think about its Z depth, and you have to think about how it moves effectively given force. Now, of course, it's going to become the oil, right? For pumping it. I really want to use the oil. That's not what I'm looking for. How? How do you fucking do this without another gear? What? It's like, yeah, these are pretty good. We sit down and do the thing. One hell that I have not walked this trail before. Pretty brutal. Like, all right. Herringbone crescents that intersect with a in between area. And at that point, you just use circles as they intersect, and then they rotate like this. And just at this angle, and it's positioned just right, it would actually push on it. Think, yeah, vortex means, sorry, so wing vortex is that happen to have a counter-rotating vortex behind them that then push onto that and have them go perfectly straight. So it's like gearing is a Z depth, so as it goes, it enters and then it rotates and then pushes on. You know, that's kind of thing. Circus? Really? Circus? Yeah, it's kind of like that, to be fair, yeah. They're not conicalities, I'll tell you that much. It's easier if I use conicalities. Oh, well, conicalities, huh? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. You have to think about a ball here again. You're doing it wrong. Alright, it enters like this and it goes from this point inward. You have to remember as it rotates, it has a different concentric. So if it's elliptical, but it's still a circle, it comes outward. So as that comes outward, this one's coming in, and then that pushes, even though they're rotating opposing. That puts force onto it, and in such a way that it's actually quite strong. But, you know, you also have oil there too. Wow, look at this flow get. I use that somehow. I wonder if I have a return area that I can stuff into this sucker. Oh, I do. Yeah, look at that. Right there. There's a whole little spot next to the intake and exhaust area. Covers it for you. Like, how do you do that? Yeah, well, you use that for the easier, so of course, you know, the food on that something. Food, fall. They That's it. So here's another one that goes over that. Air seal. Little standard seal. Extra seal. Make sure you seal even harder. Standard over engineering. Right? Yeah, it's my first time, so I'll trust that. I'm not gonna trust that at all. I still gotta really definitely that. But not really. It's not. Let's figure something out here. Of course, I'm not sitting at a desk. If you don't know, I really am hiking. Here's me thinking, seeing in my head. So, like, you gotta figure that out somehow on your end, computer wise or something. So, like, yeah, as it rotates, it goes through a Z. So, like, there's the center downwards on a flat plane, and then there's top towards bottom on a Z. So, that depth plane that comes in and then rotates out. Of course, that's and how it rotates and intersects in that diagonal formation to allow for a pushing maneuver to occur based upon a counter rotation or a rotation that would actually break gears as they would try and fight each other and hit each other. Move the top part? Do I? Like, actually, do I? I'm gonna right, they're overlapping, right? Yeah. I only need to power one of them because one of them's off of the center. So, like, I don't need that. What am I doing? Like, over engineering is fuck. I don't need that. Get out of here. Fuck off. I just need that one. That one will just keep it stable there. That's fine. Just an oil the rest. But here, now it works like this if you wanted to, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like, look at us. We made a gear mess brake situation do the opposite. I didn't even need to. I don't know if they already have those gears. Never heard of them before in my life, so it came up with it now. There's that. But hey, you know what? Fuck it. Here's an oil bearing. That'll work just fine. The offset just seals that fuck off basically on that side. I'll just use the axle there that's there that just be shaped to basically fit into that as it rotates together with that to then rotate the bottom. It's like, hey, what about the slip angle here? And more, that could happen for VVT and DGL, which DGL is total nozzle size opening. Right, like here's this total opening, right? Instead of it following along this circle, which is why you have to counter rotate. Like people probably didn't know this, but like here, as it rotates together, it goes all the way over to the rear now, where the exhaust is. Right? And it's like, that's not what's good there. I'm not going to use that. Okay, like that's not going to seal it the right way. Like, I suppose I can kind of have it rotate and then just have this one slightly rotate behind it, right? It was like, ding, window opened from center and then window closes from outside as it's a white fitting, effectively, right? So it goes center bifurcates out, and then outside bifurcates towards the center and closes. Versus this, which is open slightly and then it rotates over here. Yeah, except there's a duration of the rest of the power stroke here, which is now the circle has something far, far larger for you to actually do that at the right amount of time. So if you don't know, based upon the RPM, the circle size, total diameter size, changes. So unless you have like this big chamber for your exhaust and intake, you're not getting away with it effectively. It has to go pressurize and doing the thing. Open, closed. All right, I'll wait until I'm basically at the end here. Then it'll open. What? No. Yeah, it's great for intake, but nothing bad. Great for exhaust. It's like over here. I didn't even do my full power stroke. I'm in the middle of that center, you bastard. Get a bigger circle. Fuck you. I'm gonna alter this chamber over here for the intake. They'll be a part of my exhaust. I'll just switch them, constantly switching with this pivot, fucking maneuver, rocker arm, fucking bastards. I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make it work. Let me just keep shifting my chamber for my intake and exhaust. That sounds like a lot more work again than doing this. You sound like there's gonna be a leak issue over here. You sound if I already have a rotating chamber at this point because it'd be more efficient and easier technically. You sound like a really kind of hard thing to do. Let's break it into like what 4 chambers, maybe make this one kind of open a little or something like that with the fucking gearing and also have to have. What is this bullshit? So that's why we do counter rotating. There we go. There you see it. Wow, it would work though. Look how less efficient and worse it is. Not sealed either. Sure isn't. Anyways, this one's sealed though, and it works. It comes in this way, comes out that way. Those are the 2 spots it gets. That's the total duration. That's the total spin amount of duration. Right? Like, hey, it's rotating at this RPM. Yeah. Suck it! More duration. More intake, more exhaust. Every single time, yeah. So, get wrecked. Whoever thought that one was good. Counter rotating. Always and forever. Exactly. So, it's worth it to put the effort in this one. Yes, you could theoretically get away with that one. Like a chamber and chamber characteristic doesn't technically work as well as the dome part, which is filled to the exhaust. Like, oh, I filled up this, but this exhaust is slightly open. Then it opens. Oh, you captured some of your exhaust, did you? Guess we'll get the exhaust gas recycling. It's extra hot. Wow. Wait, my port injection, no. Cool. Please. There's air here and it's hot. Bang. Fuck. So we're not doing that, of course. We just cool it with oil. And I'll just put a bunch of like spreader fin here. That makes it stronger too. And it'll cool it more. As I have to put a bunch of oil that goes through the heat sink fins there, channels to stabilize. It rotated slightly wrong. Ah, your bearing got hurt. Great thing. No. Now it's wobbly loose. No tolerance anymore. Sloppy. I thought to put more oil pressure in there. Oh no, it's hot. It's so hot. Oh gosh, it's hot. It's got to vapor. Stop it. Oh no. That would be good, right? Yeah, your valve cover sure is filled with a lot of heat sinks now. That seems like it'd be really annoying to have to fucking manufacture. I suppose it can work. It's vibrating weirdly again. Yeah, it's because of the heat sinks and the heat. Yeah. That's not great. Continue doing this. I'll split it in half, 2 sections. You already have 2 sections. There's 4 sections here. There's the plates at the bottom and the fucking plates at the top. The fuck is this? What? Shut up over there. I'm thinking. It'll totally work. Guys, it's working. It's going to work. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Where is it? Come in at the top. Shut up over there. It's at the front. Oh, it's at the front. Okay. You're debating yourself. I'm debating someone that thinks that they can make a better design doing it this way. Because I want her to. That's what that is. I already know, because I already tried. It's stupid. I'll just put some gears on, some rotation down, and have it open a little sooner or something. Look, it's not sealed anymore. Huh? Yep, the two plates. Oh no, this is open, the bottom part first. Then the top will then come in. Where's the fucking seal, bro? Also, it's stopped, which means, by the way, it's not slow. It lost efficiency. Gunk. Uh-oh, there's oil. Oil all up in my fucking exhaust now. I can seal that the same way. They open like this exactly. They're always sealed to the bottom and top. Right? Right. Yes. Right. As a counter-rotational is that's to help with the offset. So the grooves become simple, you know? Right. Right. And makes it stronger, different for each one of those plates. And there's oil as a hydraulic static pressure. Continues to make sure it's not going to get too hot as it moves out too, but also it dampens detonations, combustion, add detonations. This is injury ignition that I was talking about earlier. It's burning already, and then burn some more. Air and fuel. I was going to talk about this, but you remember that fuel line? Here's air. It's a part of my balance. I had to get this liquid coolant somehow into my head and have it drain back down into this area below that drops it into these side intakes that are holes in the blind. And it's threaded, and when it's a stud and another nut there, too, probably probably not everything. It's like a grass and thickness of it crimp over that and really seals that bad boy down. Oh, so you suck. I suck. You're the one sucking. Yeah. Suck it, sucker. You're fucking trying to fight me with bullshit over here. Look at how bad that idea and design is. Fuck you. I'll fight you with this one. Ooh. Fuck off. I don't want to do this bit anymore. Here's what I discovered. You want to really know. Okay. Here's the thing. I think I'm at the top here. Oh, no. That! I turned to the right and I saw a path continue leading upwards. So I'm going to take a break here. What's going to happen? See that? Hey there, where are you? I haven't heard you in a while. Hey, dog. He's somewhere. He always shows up eventually. Around the rock. Sure, it's great for him to just disappear. Shoot cliff faces, you can drop down like the mountain goat. He isn't. Quite worried right now. He'll probably show up though. He's usually pretty smart. Anyway, so as that rotates, it's slightly behind, right? Yeah, that's standard bullshit, right? It's like, you need gears there, you need all this shit for what it's worth. So you're basically back at the same problem. And if you use hydraulic fluid as a coupler, it's like, oh, the dome is interesting for what it's worth, but it's like, it's more of another version of the same problem. And the axle is really the only support here. Or like I have to get another top piece that I have to like bolt this with like a double stud for the oil bearings that I have to get there and be there to be able to hold these two pieces together, and they have to basically become a part of the structural member as you bolt mini bolts around it to be able to make sure that it doesn't leak or have any issues. So like that's a bunch of failure points if you don't know. Right. But it's like, all right, it's technically doable if you use like these two right here, but then these are, of course, just check valves. They're hinge valves, quite literally. They're like reed valves, effectively. But I call them butterflies, but they're not butterflies. right? Because like a butterfly is a single circle that then rotates in one single point in the center, which is a column axle. The butterflies flap their wings. So I don't know why they called it this, because that's stupid and it's not correct. But whatever. Center, again, it bifurcates. That's the hinge. Goes in one way and only that one way. Right? But that means I can get a poppet valve seal. And he can show up. He's now here. He ran over. Taser's back. We decided to go down there. Yeah. Whatever here. This is the direction we're going. Anyways, right, so like that splits, but the reason why we do that is because then we use one chamber and another chamber, but that's also why we use 4 chambers. This is how this design actually worked. To be pretty decently easy to accomplish because those rods, those axle rods are something that's structurally something that helps it stay together. The 2 plates that you have for that, because you do have 2 plates, you have to have 2 plates. One that's the housing, one that's the one that rotates on the inside of that housing is then, of course, attached to the outside that bolts everything together. That allows for you to have a reservoir on the outside that allows for it to return back. That allows for you to then put bearing areas, so grooves on the outside, right? And then have that rotate and still ultimately pick up oil and then turn it. Okay, like a hydraulic fluid coupler. Standard stuff. However, always howevers here. Remember that hinge, right? Like that's always getting cooled and heated, cooled and heated, cooled and heated under immense speed. While airflow on one side is a lot less pressured, and there's also this stuff called fuel there usually. But I guess if you use a direct injector only, I suppose that won't be so bad. But like, it's like as doable-ish as it is because there's a centripetal and centrifugal force that torques that center axle area. And so like those valves then have to have a separate axle that goes towards that center to basically hold it in place. And then that means that that poppet valve can go through that a little bit as it rotates. So it will slide into that gap. But as it expands, then that will seal that even harder. So you have to get real good at your tolerances. And as, of course, anybody knows, carbon buildup is a thing. So no matter what, it will eventually fail. But it's like one of the easier designs if you want to know. It's not terrible. And if you use 2 hemisphere plates that rotate with the one in the center, right, and then you have that plate there, but effectively it's like that's your stator area, and it allows for it to go up anyway. So like you have your chamber up at the top that's always changing from intake or exhaust just as much as the bottom, and the carbon buildup is still just the same problem. It's always the same problem. So like effectively it's heating and cooling and all this and a bunch of loss, because the greater the surface area, the more that loss and the more that heat. It just gets to a point where it's not worth really investing the effort and time in making it that way. Making a counter rotating design is way better, way faster, way cheaper, and it's simpler in all ways. Less shit that can go wrong, all that basically. And if you say I'm wrong, figure out something. Please do, because truthfully, I've never found a way to be able to make it work. For real, I've never been able to. It always carbon builds up and then fails completely. It always is off on its timing for intake and exhaust eventually. Everything goes to shit with it, always. Gears keep it in check, no matter what. It's gonna stay that way. It's not gonna go offset. It won't have the heat issue. It won't have any of the things that really kind of get in the way, right? And so it's less there, and so it's structurally stronger with less material too. So less complicated, more strength, more stability, more all the fucking good things if you just counter rotate it. But hey, if you figure it out, because I've thought about it, I was like, well, if it does it like this, I suppose it can theoretically work, but it's the same issue. Like if you allow for one huge chamber and it gets used both ways, right? Like I guess technically it works, However, then it's always offsetting where it's, intaking, and then you get the same kind of problem as the exhaust has to do like a two-stroke exhaust again, which that carbon buildup on one side will eventually get to it. And it'll break and, chip away, and it gets too hot, and you have to have oil cool the. So, like, eventually it just fails. Like, it's just, like, a really not as long-lasting and high failure rate design that just doesn't really work super well. And at that point, if you're going to use injectors, it's like, that's just a poppet valve for what it's worth. Yeah, that's all that is. Like, a poppet valve is a poppet valve. There's nothing wrong with using poppet valves. So, like, if you think that's not a good thing, well, you're wrong right off the bat. But at the same time, right, they work and still have that efficiency loss that tends to still be there. So, like, it's what it is. But it's like, hey, I'll just burn air and fuel in, like I thought about for what it's worth. But it's like, hey, still need an exhaust, right? So it's like, fuck it, I'll have to come up with something to make an exhaust, right? And it's like, oh, it's only the exhaust. And it's like, right, you see the big chamber, only the exhaust is cooling it down, etc. Right? Then you have to overcome pumping losses to get it to get out of there, basically. But that's just the offset one, right? It's like, it doesn't matter where it comes out. If you just inject air and fuel together and burn it in anyways, then what the hell is the problem, right? And it's like, it's quite warm, right? Intake helps that stay not that hot. And because you can maybe link them together, it doesn't change that will still happen as it flows, and that's now a pumping loss. It doesn't actually help you in any way. So, like, done all this before. I'm out, basically. Here's your counter rotating. Let's go back to that gear. It's just a sealed bearing, right? It's like that can go off. Well, I mean, where would you want to put it, right? Because it's like, I think of it as a diagonal off to the side, right? It juts forward towards the front of the engine or the rear, depending on how you want to do it, and then it goes off into the corner, right, where the overlap would happen. Yeah, that's pretty easy to do, especially when it's like that axle would then be rotating and actually provide, stability and be a part of like being able to make sure it's structurally very strong. Same thing for the impeller, which is really just impeller turbine, is you suck it through tubes of the, a rifle grooving and a outer groove bump dimple channel thing that acts like stator axles, right? But except that goes from the outside towards the center, which then that has its own holes there, which then go towards the center again as it rotates and then uses cavitation. So that cavitation, as it goes through the center, which makes it stronger, by the way, also gains higher flow rate and increased torque. That increased torque then is acted upon by the outer. This is connected to the outer tube, pipe, axle, stator, gear thing. That's all that's buying the gear, bearing, all the stuff. And making it far cheaper and easier to use and assemble. So I'd take that over whatever the hell that was. Since that's now what I'm doing, right? We're talking about the design here. It'll be cheaper than if I had to do this thing. It's like, where's the oil? There's a ring? It's a ring? Oh, it's like a toroid fucking stupid donut? Yes, toroid stupid donut. Good enough for me. I'll take it. Yeah, works out. It's like, all right. That means oil comes in from the bottom? How to do the bottom again? Do I though? I mean, I'd have to have a starter motor just start heating up the oil pump first. Give it a little extra pizzazz. Give it a little extra zoom. The gears here too. There. Alien seems perfect. Rock bastard. fall down and they die. Everybody does that, you know what I mean? I do that every day. It is designed super awesome fucking head. They're cheap as fuck to price. You know, normal stuff. The bait people that are possibly gonna listen to it later in the future and then go like, no, my design is shit. Why? I was going to win. I have to use yours, the Limkey header. Yeah, it's not effort. But anyways, I digress. Headers are apparently exhaust missiles. You know, weird things that happen a lot. You know, let's get into it. Of course, how this has to work, such that we don't have that problem. You know, that oil gets pooled and put right. Okay. All right. It's yeah, the head had to be designed with bigger oil galleys. And then yeah, and then you drill that. All right, that probably worked. Was worth, yeah, that'd be fine. You know, center out approach for the pumping action is rather fucking shit. To be fair, so instead we'll do the outside of these rotating plates, then shove in to these oil galleys and here down the oil because it's easier every time. Every time it's easier. Trying to pull from some fucking capillary tube here. Fucking let me just get this small inner diameter. Let me just drill that bastard. Or let me just force it through with high pressure. Just stick this fucker there. Oh, is that 3D printed stainless steel squirter of oil? I would never use that. Shove it up there, right up into their skirt. Just fucking fire it in there, right up their bottom. Get that wrist pin nice and cool in the bottom of the skirt. Oil her up. Of course, that has to rotate together with this thing called the pump. That has to be attached somehow. That's just drilled in and connected and ordered in. Have to get them connected. Fuck. I have a thing rotating for that. Yeah, that'd be a nice, two-stroke engine style impeller driven valve opening. Oh wow, there's an opening now as it rotates because the plate and it's offset, which just rotates at the bottom. Whee! Squirt! Whoa! But it's not allowed to do it this way because gear, fuck you. Why did the gear happen? Oh, you know, that fucker is going to be at the bottom dead center when it squirts into it. No matter what. No matter what. Oh, how did you do that? Huh? I just told you, fucking handful of this. What the fuck? What do you mean? I'm just wondering. Wait, what? What? No, I'm not weird here. You have to figure out how to like attach the thing to the thing. What kind of squirters are we talking about here? Do you think they're like the 2JG? That's stupid. Why would I do that? What? What do you mean what? Is it a camshaft? No. Well, I suppose I could do that. Actually, I suppose I could make a camshaft happen. Think about it. I do have a camshaft around. I suppose that would work. I don't know if I want to do that though. It seems like a lot of work. I have to get this thing and it's to bolt it in. I don't know. You know, how about this thing? It's a auger almost, effectively. That just has a gear attached on this side. It's like a camshaft, but it's not a camshaft. Wait, why? Oh, because that's where the stators are, remember? What? They alter where they're going to open. You know, pivoting rocker arm system, right? Goes do. It's like, no, if it rotates like this, fuck it, I'll just do that. It'd be way easier. Goes in and gets pumped back up. Why not? The rest of it drains back down. Got a good old sump, got a little trap door there. Bada bing, bada boom. Brass there. Let me see here. Check valve. But it's always getting oil to a degree from that. So it's always a dry sump anyway. But I need to get whatever extras since, it'll pull up. I have it left. The trap door at the bottom of this thing. I just print that fucker and just bolt her on in. Like a cradle. Crank cradle for the engine. And that. Yeah. Maybe I'll have some leftover money or something. Yeah. Just gotta use a standard oil pump for the trap door effectively. It's like, what is that? What is a trap door? It can only open one way. The text valve. That? Yeah, no, it goes, stop doing that way. And it's like, here's all these things that hold it, but that way, guess what? Reflect yourself again, and slosh around, stays in there though. You're not coming back out. You dry something bastard! More dry sump for your dry sump? Here's some more dry sump. Squirt in, oil, easy done. Camshaft done, hydraulic fluid done. There's a starter. Yeah. Oh, flywheel. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm a gear into that. Yeah. Oh, does it stick all the way towards the rear into the flywheel? It does appear to, yes. Wow, it's like I've got gearing for my flywheel startup. And then I have to press that and spin that, which then eventually spins the flywheel. Using the hydraulic fluid, this is really good oil. Well, hydraulic fluid is really any non-compressible non-Newtonian fluid. But of course, all non-Newtonian fluid is Newtonian. It just depends on how much pressure you've got, cooling and or heat. Otherwise, you make it depend. But whatever, black holes here say, yeah, the only non-Newtonian is it a fluid? I wonder. Look. Jeez. So let's get into it a little further. Let's do that. Let's do it. How do you put thing here, Drill? What the? Oh, on the outside? Round the outside. Oh no. Oh my goodness. I could never bolt this to your engine towards the front with this axle here. Where did this come from? I don't know. Beats me. Wait a second. What is this? Is this a turbo? With some gearing and a clutch? Oh no, it'll add into my rotation to my compressor. It's a supercharger that runs my hydraulic fluid. Otherwise known as oil. Like, oh, it's a lot of loss. It's a lot of loss. It's a lot of loss. So much loss here. Goes from the center, perspective, the same, bada bingo, bada bongo. You know what I mean? Start slowing. Hearing because going faster, right? Don't worry though, that's fear that goes to that. That's slowing. I mean, making sure that what's that thing called again? That's what it's made after. Have you ever seen this fucking show? It's actually not a show, it's a movie. Anyways, yeah, like with Inferno, the whole thing. Maybe you know him. Wait, wait, what? Oh no! So, depending on both the hydraulic fluid pressure, so oil pressure, it makes sure that it, no matter what, will be open only when it needs to be open and closed only when it needs to be closed. Thus making it absolutely certain that can't be off in its timing. Interesting. You obviously just heard that. Yes, it did. It changed the gearing. Oh my goodness! It's at like such a large gear ratio for this compressor. It's like basically not even running. It's just letting it pass through. No, that'll work. Let's start this lock. Let's get it going. Let's go. I suppose it could work. Doing. Flat plane crank. L28. Hey! Boom! You know, it's yeah, I mean, sure, I reduced the outright expense by doing this. Sure. Get, yeah, yeah, get into. Oh, I now have a injury cycle. That's also part of my oral filter. Yeah. So, hey, that's like my first system, too. Hey, probably. So, you need to be thinking of aluminum. Wait, fine. I'll cover. Yeah, some channel grooves. They do things. It's thicker in the right places. This job cover is of aluminum. Everything's sealed now. Doesn't matter what, there's no oil coming out. So I don't have to worry about the bearings. I don't have to worry about that. Okay. That is coloring. Oh, right. All the way through the block, that seems like an insanely inefficient design, honestly, I gotta say. But, so there's, does seem now. Looking down is looks like there's like circular. I mean, like it just comes down, but then it comes up. Some of them comes down. Right? There's always a certain amount of but that has its right. So, now, towards that, in around the outside. Yeah. Right? side of the reservoir, right? And that dumps it into place either a little bit back down, messes up through in an actual tube. Hmm. Yeah, but in these universities that I how how but I just follow that and it falls off. When you tell fire down, and you're right, pressurized, like that goes down off into the right. Yeah, so the center out is what the out comes. Because out around it, doesn't pump it. At the center, right, the fluid around that, around the port, and around some of the hotter oil, which does, to the crusher, and then this undo goes into the center, which then that goes out, up the shaft, and out the plate, right, and that's a single forward or rear, or about directly down, and then bifurcate off, and make it easier, structurally stronger, right, makes it easier to bolt it to, like a standard camshaft with a circle that's there as the donut, and then attach from that center point, and then the tube to be that it's stable. So it goes up, and then that would flow over through that down to the center, and then what's left over would go around the outside, and then join in the next one and join in for the impeller. But then that would then head towards the front, which would be where it pumps, right, like that. It's then to join in that flow, and some of that would go back in, right. And so you got that extra that goes in, that increases oil pressure. Not too bad. So it's like going into big, and it, and then turn and go down. And I'd rather just hit it at the corner where it comes into the outflow towards that. That would be I go through a couple of the quick converters, and then just added more to some amount of loss. Is there so you just come for the crank, so it's good. Right. And that would work. Okay. In the reservoir for the size. So that would make it easier to add in from the sides as well to that center plate with that structure, and also like have that cool over there. Okay, so that would be fine. So that's fine. Yeah. So it's just flat that way. That way it's not as tall as it used to be. Yeah, and I'll just join in kind of like a mushroom tip on it. But then I get like a outer kind of front part and the top where it splits off. That makes it easier because then I'm going to bolt it in and yeah. Thanks. All this stuff is pretty good if you can follow right there. You can find that down in that area. Overhang. Sure, you're good. Be able to inspect them on the inside. You need those little offset. You can, figure out through. And then that looks like a two piece. And like I have to put the plate there. Makes it easier. Yeah, yeah, sure. I don't know. That is another thing. So this that sticks out for food, so we need it over there. So up 90, 90, 90, 90. Oh, yeah, hey, we were talking about cooking, I've been cooking. Yeah, yeah. So, we're gonna look at all the things over that. So, going on the house, oh, so let me go and look at that. And it's a little compare this one. There's a thing, you know, food. Fine. It might be too big, you know. Yeah, but not bad. That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I got the lane off, and that was making sure I don't ever have to tell them lane with it. Wouldn't get better like that. Yeah, so cool from that. So, yeah, that's little do it. Make you all confident. Perfect. Right? First is our heat floss. Let's just get rid of the annoying turbine. So I get to let them on. Do that here. But I use the compressor here. So these to all that. So I'm for our help to reroute here. Get food that way. Just put off the air. The air. So I didn't know it was old one. But then finish that or big things when hot. Don't like go bong. You know, electricity. Brr. Energization, energization. Yee! Well, I hope that don't get that over there. Yeah, you know, and that's right. Right. Yeah. Finally, pressure. Because of the pressure. This that way it's always a stable. Nice. I think it's after it slowly built up after acting a little bit. It gets you to right here. And increase pressure. Pressure inside. Increase vacuum. So the pressure gets come out. So if you change the theory, but slowly, if you get rid of the foot, that way, you get to pressure at idle, then you wouldn't be able to because of the necessary loss. You get it's you think I better get that part of one part there? My God, right? Yeah. That'd be unheard of crazy thing to do. Crazy. We get that flowing, then it'll be easier to get started. The oil gets pumped. That then does all the stuff that it needs to do. It'll be easy on that. That's just that right is the need. That's it. Just started using that. That's true. That's good. Yeah. Good. Again, it's good. Yeah. This sticks out. That runs back, and then it rotates this to this one. Oh, oh, that's why I want to break. I need to know the exact thing. Oh, yeah. The earth is out for us. Really, for it to be fine. Like, wait, that's just over, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right about that. I suppose I could just stick them in here. Stick this down here. And everything else is over. This is right. Or a Sonic. Although Sonic is not so great because oil flashing and kind of has light. They're all affected. All different timing for each one of those and check with yeah. So it would be hard to do. You don't need to technically one off or I don't know. I kind of like the rotation of the in valves of new valves. Yeah, how it's work. It seems like it's way easier because there's two plates there. Yeah, and then so it's like if it's rotating like this and there's this little indent, it's always really technically needed slightly before. Right, so it's like this. Like, yeah, it's not really everything in the crank. It's like, yeah, you're right about that. To be fair, yeah, it's like that's open. No matter what, that's open. That was open. No matter what, that was open. Fire. But it doesn't mean the pistons were attacked. Exactly. That's true. Eh, how about this? I'll just put a Hall effect in the crankcase. For the cradle, right? And then that just goes and swings here, and then that's where it's at bottom of the center. That'll be easier for the connection rod is. Simple. Simple as this. I just have to make sure the oil doesn't eat away with it or add it so it's worth it. And so now I get rid of the dizzy. I don't need the dizzy plate, I just use a hollow plate. It's a part of the crank position sensor, but it's now inside of the cradle. When it fails, here's 6 of them. When it fuck you, Yeah, I need 6. These are expensive. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I have 4 engines, 2 of which are in my 4s. Probably put 2 in there. 3 are the L20. So 2 L24 and L28. Yeah, get rid of the digi. Needs an interface. 6-pack, oil pack. No! Get a little into the story. Here's this. Is a 12-pack for increasing voltage. Is the amplification along the line, which is these are cheapo Amazon parts. I didn't, man, look, I didn't bash your design this far into the video. Okay, look, let me think about that. Yeah, I only need 6 of these. And those are like $200 for those 6-pack fuckers. Eat that shit. Hey, look, it's a breakout. It's energization. Here's the coils. I already got the coils I need anyways. Right? Screw this bullshit, effectively. It's like I need an amplifier. Amplifier is a whole other thing. Direct injector. Because why wouldn't I? Why would I use the direct? It's still there. Why wouldn't I use it? So no, hey, come on, man. There's oil. There's no way. Where are you getting the? Where? From my air intake over here by the ports that then also joins into this with this structure that also branches out. The diversions. And then rod that connects them, of course, like otherwise known as a tube or a pipe. That standard shit. That's connected somehow, anyways. Just like, why not? Fuck it. Where's your fuel? It's a good question. It's over here on the other side. Remember that angle? Didn't say that there wasn't this thing over here. Remember that valve cover I talked about? Yeah. You could just use that. Why not? These 2 corners are now my fuels. See this corner around, there's a dead zone there. Here, this one goes off one way to the port, and this one goes off this way to the direct, and both of them can kind of technically see each other. You got hollow valve cover now. You know what I mean? Do that. You it made to work. Easier. I wonder if I can reuse the valve cover it has. Like I have several valve covers. Yeah, just need to get like this drilled and then recessed and then I have to throw a bung on there or tappy whatnot. You know what I mean? Use my old valve cover. Bang 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 with some hammer clip. I'll probably work just fine. Oh, there's the roof. Let's get her done. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. And I break it. Where's the hole? They're inside. Get out of here. You have to break it. Where there's a hole that will form a crack of some sort. Generator. There to beat it up. And play pocket at it. You can do that, yes, I can. Oh, those heads, remember that? How does she stainless steel? Nickel, all that. There, but that's expensive. It's one of those if we're going to put $100. I don't want to do that. I can do that. Yeah, okay, but, you know, $100 is too big for me. You put it over here, another. I have to have this today. I have to use this. It's way cheaper. I have to make a cradle. Probably like fucking $600 there. At least the head's only like $600. Yeah. Then I have to nickel. So it'll be like $600 for nickel. So it's worth tubes would be a couple $100. Other than the disposable. So it's like kind of went from look, this is this aluminum and this square, this size and shape, and then I hauled it out with the air channels and all the rest of that, and did a rough calculation based upon effectively all of the oil, coolant, air, exhaust, yeah, the spark that kind of happened in there. Kind of have this hole for pop valve, cam tap stuff, and bolt that in. So I'm like, this size and shape, this rectangle, three-dimensional rectangle, otherwise known as a rectangular. I then went, so it's about 80% removed, almost 90. So I went, from this ginormously large, holy shit, that's expensive. Wow! To, it's only about $40. That's not too bad. I'll take that. Yeah, that's only $40, yeah. Now I've removed even more of it. So I'm probably only about like 300 maybe. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I got a nickel plate. Yeah, okay. Back up to there's the things. There's that. So, alright. Yeah, valve cover. So I got the nickel now, so, 495, etc. It's like $600, right? I got 200 in there. For all the extra, right? It's like, about 600 again. Or at least manifold thing and exhaust. I still have to get the axles. It's like, that's just the head, the piece head. After those axles and everything, and the compressor wheel, right? Yeah, exactly. Well, the idea was to bring everything to the maximum total volume chamber, and then everything to pop it off and maintain start connected. A little thermal. And that would work. Because, like, then I use more material, right? Yeah, and just faster, and I have more shipping happening on cutters, and then those should probably be better. I don't know about cheaper now. But there's multiple different stores. Money. Down for anymore. And I don't think people really understand that. It's like, why do you need stainless steel exhaust manifolds? I have a couple of iron cast exhaust manifolds. They're heavy. Things like 50 pounds itself. Yeah, holy. Yeah. I don't want to do that. That seems like a fucking lot. Uh, yeah. Sure. I was like, oh, man. That's the design of the injector. The dusted smoke injector. Yeah. So you can nice little port injector to help you out. Start her off. You know what I mean? Thermite requires some, starting off, right? I want more brake effective pressure without my header. Just like, oh yeah, let's get to like halfway between middle dead center and top dead center. Just stop the burn there. Done. Get her on through and stop accelerating at the dead center. Let's get to 7,000 psi. What? Oh, that's right. I mean, sure, I'll handle it. Multi-layer fill gas it away. And I think it's pretty much done, guys. As it got to this point, maybe would it? I mean, if I just make the valve cover part of it, that's not good. Super easy. What about the cover of an engine for the whole thing, right? It's like, oh, what if I just use that? If it's shaped the right way, it'll act the same way. Might be able to get it done in one piece. Have to get aluminum. Total length of this L28 is basically almost like the exact max for its worth. I have a Z-depth, right? It's like all doable, not necessarily the same level of doable. And it's this, it has this height, and then it has to go all the way over to here. So unfortunately, I'll probably have to just split it anyways. So there's that. And then, let me see here what I can get done with that super harmonic balancer. Because, like, there's a gear, right? Like, that's the oil pump, right? But what if I wanted a little higher up, a little, further up, right? Right. And it's like, I have a harmonic balancer. And it's like, you're right, though. But a dizzy will work the same for an alternator. Still works, man, right? So why not? I'll do a dizzy. That's my alternator dizzy. I just stick an alternator on there, bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. Fine. Can't weld it though, so I'll just use the zone of I put a hose through the shaft and then I put a bolt. Then I went bang on it with the hose on it. That way it has less electricity. You know. No, yucky phaser. Get out of there. Poop. No eating poop. This here. Alright, so I do that. I got my alternator. I got my Hall effector at the bottom. It's got to coat it effectively. It's not impossible. I mean, just need to make sure something with oil doesn't take it down. Oil is non-ferromagnetic, so it shouldn't really affect it. In fact, if anything, it reduces EMI interference. So it's likely. So, let's get that valve cover. I mean, the engine cover. Yep. The front engine cover. Yeah. Oh, there's that. Oh, I had a welder then for it. I suppose I can nickel plate something together. But it can be stuff that's dropping up the whole gears bearing. Yeah, definitely buying a plate. Yeah, might as well print it. Yeah. I reused the old one. You have an old one, right? Yes, me, I do. Or a person that was thinking the same thing. For what it's worth. There you go. Alright, so it's like, sort of not quite as easy to be fair. Like it depends very heavily on what we're talking about. Sometimes there's it. Sometimes, okay, I'm done. Because it's like, well, this is where the coolant pump is, right? Like that's really all I got. And like I only have these areas where I can kind of have anything go through. So when you look at like what's there, it's a chain that has oil, right? So it's like, yeah, that's kind of the drain, So It's a little bit different, a little like technically doable, I suppose. Taser, you stop jumping up on me. Stop that. Come on, calm down. Time to relax. Give it a second. I'm down. I'm down, Taser. Alright. So, use it up and I could use it like the compressor area. Put the key in. Something like that's not very good at all. That has to go to, of course, the actual thing that I would need to use would be the gear situation. It's gonna have to have housing for that. It's just annoying at that second point. Plus, it's only got this as an axle anyway. So it's like, better to just put a coolant area. There's Taser. You keep jumping up. Good it. I'm good it. I think we do it. Now I'm relaxing. My head back. I didn't pay attention to you. Come on. No, no jumping. No, down. Down. Hey, stop. Hey, calm down. So, I'm gonna have to plug it up in, yeah, because that could be an impeller, right? Yeah, I mean, the gearing is about that, right? But they use belt. Belt sucks. I don't want to use a belt. Gears last forever. Axles last forever. Takes a really long time for them to break down. Like, I suppose I can reuse the old engine cover and then put this together with that. It's far cheaper to repair. Use a different gear, I guess. Then I can put where the holes are for the belt tensioner. A bearing area there. And then it's just covering them for what it's worth. Yeah. You make them small enough. So, see here. I use a harness balancer. I'm going to housing. That would allow for bolting it down into that kind of area. Yeah. Up over here, there's the coolant. Right. Like, so up the front of engine, left or right, front of engine, right side, that means is left side. Okay. Pretty easier. And I can get it from the bottom, I guess. Okay, yeah, this is from the bottom up the part, and then drag it forward where the coolant thing goes out then. Because there's two different styles, and I forgot which one this one is. Right. I'll have to look at the impeller later. So it's like that or pusher or whatever. You get the picture. So like that rotates like this, and that's interesting because that would mean it's either pushing it in or it's pulling it in. There's one way or the other. And like I said, that's it. You know what I mean? Like there isn't anything going on there. You know what I mean? So like it'll handle the high pressure or yeah. You want to pull it in there. That and then have that finish somehow. If you want anyway. Yes I do. Yeah, more about the front radiator. There's some character I created there. Or whatever. Point is, the radiator is always having coolant flow through it to cool everything. So like there's that, and that has to go off towards the right side. And that goes through that heat exchanger and then dumps as a kind of dual ring, well, not ring, but yeah, it's two reservoirs that join effectively at the front and rear. You know, I suppose I can kind of just pressurize that. Like it has to go up as well, and then that dumps off also over to this side. But if it's shaped like this, then like that'd be easier to just have it go off this direction, might be the left side. Yeah, so intake would be better off on the left side than the right side. So like I'm trying trying to put this into a Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, which actually has enough space in the engine bay. So there's that, along with, I have a transmission for it, a manual transmission, high-speed manual. So that's not too bad, that's good. We'll make that happen. See, something going on there, but like, point is, away around the go after me every time. There would be too much cooling on one side. Unusual. That's going to be activated in this return to the top. And then back down. Ah, right into my eye. Early snow right into my eyes. You want to block with me? Really? Oh, let's be dry. Nope. Don't you dare jump. I know what you like to do, darn husky. Anyways, let's see here. And it is the stuff that side. It's it needs to be made to do that after that intake and here we will be going off the other way to use this. What if I just told you to not do that and you did that? Oh, well, told me. What if I just suggested I do that anyways to myself, really? Fuck that. Basically. Seems like a lot of extra work, even though I have a front engine cover. It's like, oh, I have to somehow like stick this fucker to it, and it's gonna fucking extend forward and trying to shrink this bastard so it really stays in there and it has extra room. Let's do that instead. Doing that. Move this idea. Sorry, folks. Nope. And that one. It's let's see here. I could melt it down. Maybe get a cast mode or something. Yeah, no. You get a straight print. It would work too. So like bearing goes bye bye dude. Let's see here. Yeah, keeping up this thing somehow. Yeah. There's a lot of fucking snow. Still going deep into the mountains. Yeah, it's probably again. It's just flat part report that and locate that all like the oil, taking up the oil for the pressure, but then like the wet part. Yeah. The only thing that here, make us anything for the crazy. Oh, fuck. It's why? Simple. What's that here? How it is not in this one. So, right, this is up to all by all. So, anyway, says as it's like for us, but and that's yeah, because like this is to have this clear because that's where it that's where strength transfer energy to the pressure. Right. Here there for the oil. Yeah. Anything. Pivoting to comfortable place. Compared to a regular fund is going to be for it is very fast. I get a console and this is this year, 2 years what you train. Then start to go straight. Then this one work. All right. I can't imagine this. Please explain what you're doing. I have not at all understood what has happened. Let's go back to the beginning, please. Right, right. So, these out of these connect like these, right? These really almost like here, except more kind of goes on to you, right? Now, I would love to use a high sword, but this is how it's like in the school. So pivot, or press up the flip, this is the pivot, goes back to the spring, right? Try not to put it but you basically, different puzzle, not with it, things like, for, hey, over, yeah, get that, something, uh, how did you do that? Oh, yes, for, and just does turn, pressure on that side, to be, vertically, you have, back, uh, first Latin system, or, over, that's in the last, easy, simple. You said clocks there. Yes, but the spring is an answer. What's the problem? There's a latch there, like a clock. Latch, right? You understand what is a clock? That's brilliant. Very good. Anyway, just I'll have to deal with that as I throw some shade. So, let's do the symbols of, okay, let's symbol, let's see, let's going to look at to right. That's like that. So this is a one-way, right? Okay, so then it puts in, look forward, and then it's actually like a clutch, yeah, happening to do something. You know, right. So it engages. Yeah, that's fast. Fuck you! Don't need to fucking spin your ass. Get up. Please, fucking hair to the wall. The mood you. So it's simple. Right. So, what's this here? Is it like a donut here? Yeah, double high school, I believe. Was you can use that? Why not? Right? In addition, other double high school. Plates, okay. Some like stated here. Look at actual gears. Oh, right, yeah. All of those things. Yes, basically. All right. So that goes back to doing the larger to the smaller, as it then changes from the smaller to the larger. You can think. Taking over most of it. Is one that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, people in the what's it mean? What? Ring not well, baby, get away from there. Big, steep mountain. Up, up, that, down. Anyways, this. So from that, we get here. So let's transfer to this. This is a This is a column. So circle is just a longer three-dimensional. Factor. Those really do work though. There's no commonality here. I just split it. Oh, this is a ball though. So this ball, then you can on the end, this particular graph, means what we handle more of that. Move easily. I just did it. This is flat. This is typhoid. But yes, I sure. I mean, it should have been easy if you had taken it in. Things like that. Something here that's hard on it. Oh, no, 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 no. What? What do you mean, fuck off? They're not, though. Nobody uses these. Sure. They're like, I don't. I mean, high points are everywhere. Gas are everywhere. All are everywhere. All and gas are everywhere. I mean, worms? Yeah, depends on how you cut them. But hey, I digress, right? You need a pivot area. Remember, that's to be attached to something. That's the ball. No, it means something more than just the ball. True. That's fact. Technically. But for a technicality. Remember, your pump system. Right? Remember that has like this one that has to go through and how all the oil pumps, right? So that has to have that hole there, which of course has to seat it somehow. This, yes, yeah, it does. So let's talk about that real quick. It's a differential. Oh no! I knew it. There was going to be one, no matter what. Yes, it's kind of hard to not ultimately use high current gears without some other fucking stupid pipe part over here rotating. Even if I have a ball there, bastard. I'm trying. Yeah, no, you're fine, honey. You're fine. Put a little bit in you. You're not gonna flip out. It's fine. That way you're more green like a donor. Like this. Look, it's on the outer side. See? It always remains on the outside of the ball. And this little curved part here. Well, hemispheric curve there. No, well, kind of, you are correct, but there has to be this other thing over here that holds it on the top part. Oh, yes. It's a return oil area. Yes, there we go. You were paying attention. Nice. All right. So that is hollow, of course. You fucker. Yep. I know. It's what it is. It happens to work out that way sometimes. So this is what do you call this? This is Erodia? It's not a pine cone. It's not conical shape. It's not hypodial. It's not deep. It's a definite spheroidal. It alternates based upon, like when you roll them, they roll perfectly smooth. Right? You roll them, but they're not the sphere. So it's spheroidal. Really? Yes. I mean, that's easy to print. No, you get out of here, you. This is not you. Don't you get there, you. I need this to be hard, you. Hey, well, me on the other side. I suppose I could change it. Change that thing. Let's see here. What am I going? Should I go this side? I'm gonna go up here. Yeah. Yeah. There's only really one way down and one way up here. So there's no way I'm lost. But that's good. Let's see here. What shape would fit this in? The top side on this side and then rotate over and up towards the side and a little bit under the bottom. Spheroidal, yes, would do that. As it goes to the top, rotate down, up, and then rotate. Yes, I suppose good teeth would do that. Yes, no, I know, but they just want that one. Here's what they want. Well, I'm trying to go there. Oh, right. Five, yep. So, anyways, let's see here. we'll just put these screws, shaped to be a piece that in a spirit rod, almost like a curve in its own right, but with a teeth, that then has its origin. Will do exactly the same thing and be structurally less as strong, but and way more and be more complex. But okay, why not? They'll probably like it better. Sure, why not? Had to put it here. By design, a stupid shaft would be fine, wouldn't it be? No, I don't want to do it. His hair, no. It's gonna skip current movement. How does this fucking transfer the thing? Like, how does this typehood get with the stupid thing in the center? Oh, right, yes. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, it's in the center between the two typhoids, and it hurts. But I'm fun, boom. Ah, no, but you're such a dick to people. No, I'm not. No, I would never such a people. Ah, but why don't we just get rid of that one? It's there. It'd be way easier if I could use another design there. Let's just stick this shaft here with a penis head. I'm sorry, comically. Go off to these two areas. Those with a AZ shape, of course, with the green lantern design. Because it allows to make sure that it's no matter what gear to that. With the penis gear! The penis gear is indeed quite very efficient and very robust. I'm just saying. Oh, is it? Yes, but I need to make these two slotted areas with these, they intersect with like a diamond, basically. So that way it will work very well. And have multiple areas which it would communicate correctly. It just needs to pivot a little. So I'll put a little bit of this pivot area and it'll curve just a bit. In the action sort of way, on a it's perfectly straight, it's not curved, it's not right. No arches here. Wait. You don't want any of that. That'd be terrible. But of course now we have a thing that works quite well. Is of course then that means you can finish these days, the oil turn and then that whatever. And, oh hey, there's my heat. Oh, yeah, okay. Didn't realize I was there. That's good thing. I love it. Good thing, I know what I'm going. So handsome devil. Super. Alright. So the penis gear. We're not calling it a penis gear! You're right, the cock and ball gear. Not the cock and ball either! Okay, the dick gear. Shut up! Yes, I can make all of this continue. We have mini red for phallus. So fine! Is it a vagina? Yes, a vagina can work for us. Yes. But that way, there's something in between. Is there? Lubricant. Yes, that's what helps that. Are we getting into some place where we should hilarious. Yes. It works way better than what I did before. It's actually speaking far stronger. Look, that's the shaft that's hollow. See, it goes squirts in, pumps around, goes up the shaft, goes to pressure, goes to the key with the bullseye. Works every time. 100% of the time, every time. Like that. Of course, then you have to remember that there's a thing around that. Yes, it's called a fusible source. You see, it never quite touches here, right? Because what I imagine, because trying to make it all about physics and design and like a service or something. Oops. Sorry, folks. Thanks for listening. Oops. Oops. So let's talk about how the balls have to rotate off the fucking staff. Remember, let's just say another conical, effectively, right? Yeah. So what are we gonna really do? Okay, because like if you know about the ball thing, right, as it rotates, or then the two of them have to rotate. Right. And so this is yours, yes, Kamika. So they get you, they get you, they get you. Let's talk about this instead. Look, this ring on around the outside has to go towards the center. The center, of course, has a placement if you get the front, is out, right? And then that, of course, is now Cupid. As that shaft rotates, yes, this compressor over here at the front, that has to be like this big, you know, torque area in the sphere that goes towards the center is its gearing. So like I have to work off of this sphere here and I have to rotate that however fast it is. Right? That's all I have. Alright, the rear is effectively a similar version, but it can be sort of worse. It's different total diameter sphere. So it does not have to be as large as this one. Now the reason why I want that to be fairly large is because you can use here hook-wise to make that work. Of course, then I have to rotate something faster, then trade-off. Like, how much speed, how many paces do I need here? You know, times what's going into here. How many boosts do you have? How much? How many pounds do I want? It's like, I don't know. Probably 15, one atmosphere probably. You know, they have one atmosphere green. You can see all easier to definitely do now. So I just got to make sure it maintains that. But also because that's that Y, as it goes towards the center, I have more gearing points that I can use, which is another benefit. So that's easy. And right, you have to slot in this gear here, right? It's conical. If it's wide over here, then I can slot it in behind where this is rotating as it changes the steering teeth towards the front of the engine. So the front of the engine is where the gear teeth is on, towards the front, and then the rear, towards the rear of the engine, is where the conicality gears, right, have their teeth. Right? That'll work. As then the bearings, of course, I'm assuming the bearings. I'm sure some people will say, but it's like, yes, they're balls, but they're not balls per se like that. All right, they're effectively just oil bearings. They stay seated. They're not moving. They're grooved in. They're only going to rotate this way. They're connected. Right. So we got this ring over here, right? That we can hit on this other side for the rear of the engine, where those teeth will be, and probably the tip of that. So that's the same thing with one over there. Like that to give me the outer diameter, and then I can head towards the inner diameter. It's a lot of compressed in terms of space. So I can get away with a ball, yes, but it's more of a uh, double pointy egg or diamond, I guess, or something like that. Okay, two small points, big wide diameter around the corner. Oh, look, line. Okay. And that allows me to groove it there. That'll be fine. Because it can seat, you can only rotate like that. That'll be easier. Right. So those have to somehow transfer It's like the more gear, the more parachute lock. Okay, so 3 is good enough. 3 will be fine. Right? It's like, remember that shaft that has to go to? Yeah, no, see, here's the height point here, like a differential. Right, 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 yeah, and that would suck is what I feel. I don't like it. But I don't want 3 balls, and 2 is really good enough for me. And 1 shaft ought to do it, just saying. So, how would I go about making this ballast connector gear here work? Well, the girth is going to be so they need to have it hollow and effectively be rifled on the inside to allow for a pumping style design. Sort of like a impeller blower, you know, center, that's where it's on. Kind of like an auger, but just faster flow rate and higher. Now this one conical over here has to be shaped a little differently. It has been overused. I know, we had to make it more penis-like. Fuck it. Okay? That means on the ring out here towards the, up, vertical direction, vertical axis, there are teeth there. You have to have that. Right? And then, like, towards the outside, and then towards the bottom, and floor, right. The reverse vertical. Upward vertical, downward vertical. You get the X and negative X. So, since that's easier for most people to understand, that's probably pretty simple. But it's like, why? It's like, it has to be round, it has to have a fucking opening here, right? It has to spray it out, it has to capture it, right? It has to go pump it from both the center area and around the outside of these views. So not just around the shaft, but then also that, which has to use that, right? And have to pivot this area. 2 balls here have to somehow go to this fucking thing. So it's like a T here would work anyway. Let's see if I can get some, shape the right way. So let's work right diagonal with it for things. This is hypoidal 3 style gear. Hey, you! It goes up and it goes down. And this is plus as it goes up, it goes down. It has to lock it on pivot. That means it has a certain amount of pivot. Right? So I thought these gears were going to connect to something. How did that happen? You are correct. My friend, you are very correct. See this shaft over here on the other side of the block? Here. It has to go in, it has to rotate. This is not conical, I have to wait, it's not a different effectively. Yep. Has that pivot area. And then that's another high foot view, it just rotates like this. Remember that? Yeah. Okay, so it's easy. Is it though? I mean, it depends on some of those things, like how you want to do it. Yeah, like there are many ways to connect many things. Is how I do it, but I don't really like that particular design now. No offense, but I don't. This is annoying me. Like for real, it is actually annoying me. That's the thing. I'm like, oh, what is it? And that's conical. So the bunch of fucking plates. See what I mean about rings and fucking circles and how much I wanted to get out of it? Fuck the fucking rings. I hate the rings. I hate the circles. Circles suck. Fucking so many circles here. So over circles. Circles and shafts and yeah. It's like, alright, how the fuck would I do this then? You know what I mean? Alright. Well, let's get into how the hell we get to doing these things, especially with needing a lot more movement than what this is really doing. So, shockingly, well, not so shockingly, you have to look up. Remember the impeller thing? Yeah, remember that? Yeah. Well, that has to be connected to this gear down here, which has to fire forward. Right, yes, right. And you got to get that good old Benini principle. He's a gusher, let me tell you. So simple stuff, right? But it's like that's around the outside of this shaft that it has to be inside of. So there's a one oil directional hole. Actually, a couple of words, but the point is that means that it's taken from this area over here. Hey, don't you dare! This is an effective strategy. Don't you dare! We're gonna keep it fucking serious. Don't laugh. All right. So shaft that stabilizes where the other shaft conical thing is. You know, I mean. So, anyways, that's gonna rotate that. That'll pump it forward and front from this area, and then it's also gonna draw from the oil. So, where the source? Well, yeah. So as you dry some, it'll still be there. Dry some from. You know, which like at the bottom. Yeah. I mean, you did it here. Really only charged it here, so right, yeah, no, but the bearing is going to be yeah, like that side. You come up with a way of these two intersect, right? Yep. And it's like that rotates like this, that'll rotate forward you. For the outside? Yeah, the outside. Yeah. On the outside, on the outside. Of course, that has to be a lot of there. That'll be fine. It'll connect it there. Yeah. Because all then that, and then here, caliper, that's right. I think I'm all here. I think it's food. What if I use a reservoir? Put two over here on each side. Oh, really? Yes. Yes. It feeds in from the two way the hell over here. No! They're much closer. Yeah, no, I'm fucking with you guys. That'd be very, very high loss. Very inefficient. But, like, can you imagine? Stop fucking with us and just get on with it, you sucker. Yeah. It's like, I feel like you've already figured it out. Shaky hands, that's all, you know. I'm still in that stage. I'm like, well, this has a reservoir. That will work. So like that has to be flat on the y-axis plane, so horizontal, right? And then that cardinality can be that as the side comes up to the color, right from the bottom, and then off from that side, that would spin it over here over there. You know, but like if I use two rotating shafts here, and like the propellers, now they're full, right? So like rifling and breathing and etc. There's a bearing that goes like that. That keeps inside of there. That then gets pushed and it goes like that. And you increase the that has what? Oh, good. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So that has to go to the reservoir here. It speeds up the reservoir here. Here. Wait. What's the kind of cavity here? Oh yeah. So the cavity has to have itself in it. Right. So it's like that is the oil pressure. So as it spins up, it'll gain oil pressure. Of course, that's going to easier oil pressure than get some forward, and then that will slowly bring it forward. Yep, you have to have a plate there. You have to have a small reservoir. So, yeah, that works. Make it a lot easier. Actually, it's a lot more compact. So, working. Goes off, goes around, goes up the one, and then just going up there, and it's that way. It's ring. That's the one, you can go immediately out. That's the fight. It's simple, but it's actually the bypass, you know, you know, I need that now in my head is that now, instead of now. But so I got that. That'll work. Finally, got this. So it's a plate. Remember the two. Okay, look, I know the balls, look, it's the overload, come on. But there's a plate here. There has to be a plate, but can't get around with no plate. You could though. You're not, but you know it. It's, has to attach to something, right? So, like, how do I attach this to here? How do these two things attach to this? And it's kind of hard to do. So, like, oh, if I have this attached to this, and this is rotates, and like, ooh, can't really rotate it. In place, preferably. Long wise, you know. Otherwise, that's actually, of course, it's not in the center here, because I suppose the impeller, like propellers of a wide boy propeller egg shape would work, I guess. No, not doing that. So, and that would work. Actually, here, with the plate that has to actually design it. Yeah. So that, and then that way. No, that's or, yeah. Plates have to work together. Just try to get, oh, that's it. Yeah, see here. Why do you have the shaft like, oh, right. And then that has to go to the other thread with the gearing. Yeah, that's or the cylinder inside of a cylinder. Yeah, rotation for that. It has a plate kind of cavity there. Allows it to do it. Of course, yes. No gearing. Yes, no gearing. Yes, why are we going down there? I don't know why we have this kind of cavity bulbous end because the gears facing upwards. The thing is, didn't really explain that. That's fair. I did now tell us whatever. Yeah. All right, move on. Let's get to uh, this back. Uh, uh, go up and down. That's right. Right. Oh yes, that is actually what I was talking about earlier. And then it's the little nut so on. There's no other way to go. It's pieces all in line and good to go. But it's easier because it's like a real nut. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. There we go. That's good. You're avoiding this. Yes, with the place. I'm wondering whether or not I want to have a middle here, on this side, with these testicle gears. Yeah, of course, yeah. then rotate them off this direction, right? So they have to hang like this, and you have to do this, and then you know, and that has to go from the figure out, and the boost breakfast, and that has to have gears that go up there, right? And it has to be right there. And that's what also has a place to boost it, which goes back to the internal boost for the shot there, right? Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah, right. So, yeah, so just go to that. Geez, here's, do I have a Sunday or the two? Or do I do the one and then the two different weeks? That's the diameter. Right? Like is really looking for the physical one. It's easy. So if I use after rotate, it's not so good. If I rotate it here, move up and down, that should have been down an oil tank. But yeah, so it needs to be able to be rotated so the plate be the slicing about a five. Like, ah, okay, all right. And I have to do anything careful, no? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is. Yeah. And it's good to I think it can be good. Right. So let's have to slide the today. Today. And that's really because this is about the first one outside and then kind of that to the TV that would just so that even if it's further over here, we still turn out of here. It leaves the business, so it should be fine. Right? That'll work, right? What else would you do? You just put in these things. Oh, let me just keep here. And it's like 2 days. You know what I mean? Like, this is like all they can fit that. So, like, it's pretty self explanatory. For this big, there really isn't another place for them to go to. So that'll work. So, and go there and go, yeah, bag, and it makes it much easier for them to fine. Fine. Right. See, here's the other side person. Oil bearings, that's on the back. For the engine block stuff. Yep. What? Those little areas of grooves effectively. And just get a part of it, bolt it in. Slide it like that. Alright. And shove it off over that. There you go. And, alright, that's the plate that has to be the plates. So put that there, put this there, there's even flat fixing, bolt that, and bolt it. After the ball is there, then we can find they can put the plate there. We're going to place it back here. Right? And there's the and the compressor over here. That transfers from this plate with these about 3 here. Since this is over here, big Z. This is closer to the engine, a little further away. We got the other balls, the 3 ones over here, by forcing away the victory. Another green lantern, of course, the ball goes right on this side, and that would help with the pivot area here, as they stay in place and their grooves, rotate from that to here, comes down to there, which then has the outer diameter, and then has the other side, as I had like isolate the analysis of the slipper. That is my ball shaft Dyna CBT. This is the mating differential, CVT differential. Yes, the sex differential CVT, of course. Woo! Okay, let's get it done. We're done with that one. All right, so we have to have that come in from there. So that's the outward valve. So yeah, so like that's the shaft area. But that would have, of course, the areas coming in. They help with the structure, being able to support these things. If you bolt those together and stick these two together, yep. And then that would come in, go from center out, in some more, and pressure, and squirt it in harder, honey. Let's get her done. Ah, basically. I'm not listening to this. We're gonna be serious. Oh, that was then. We're still serious, actually. That is effectively how I'd have to do it. It's kind of like a blower, centrifugal compressor, right? But for oil now. So that'll be fine. That'll work. Yeah, I suppose. But where's that fucking? Oh no, that's just a tool. Just goes straight up. Yeah, it's not entering this area. That's just definitely bypassing that. But remember that, like it fires in, and then like there's this oil pressure, and then that would like turn this effectively, right? And then like that, then it allows for that to like add in it for the crankshaft, right? It's during rotation. Right, yeah. Well, that closes off Africa for us, basically. It just flap over that. I can't go any further, and so instead it goes off into that bypass area. And increases oil pressure and flow it. Yeah. Sweet. I think so. It'll work. It'll work pretty darn well. And that'll only be like $300 or something. Years. Most likely. Probably just in gears alone. That'll be fine. I know, right? It'll work. I'll make it from the shroud. It'll be fine. Be fine. You know, since it's a part of the thing. $200 anyway. Do you know what I mean? For the shroud, whatever. It's like now only $400 for the shroud. Yeah, that's the feeling that you want. It's great, yes. What did that put in pump again? Oh, yeah, no, it's over here. What? Where are those gears, the plate that spins, the spinning plate there? I remember putting the stuff off. Yeah, those are two there that connect to this thing over here that then go spin for shafty over there. What? Yes, that's your engine coolant pump. This is, oh, another continuous. Oh, these are ring gears. Yes. Pure high fluid with a connector. The spinning shaft has kind of calories. Wait, what? Yeah. Get out of there, Phaser. It's a dead animal. Come on. Hey, no. Come on. Yucky. Get out of there. Come on. Hey. Hey, come on. Phaser. He's being real slow to leave that area. Phaser, come on. Come on. Come on. You really have to do a chassis thing? I need a housing kind of strap thing. All right. Phaser, come here. Hey. Come here. Come on. You know better than to go after dead animals. Yucky. Yucky. Go. Hey. Hey. Come right back to us. I will keep you will be on your own. Come on. You didn't go after it before? Yeah. But, so that, it's cold at the start. Yeah. This is a little, sweet, huh? Yeah, yeah. I didn't know this. I'm not involved in your stuff. Why not? I wave my hand. And you can leave it somehow, somewhere. Stop for the word. Shit like that. Move on from this. It's all good. You know, let's do the, what is this? Change. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. Placement, though. I wonder if I can just mix this thing a little bit in the middle. You know? Return. Get off somewhere. Up the other side. Maybe. Yeah. Like whatever. Head. Inside, because it's hard to get it over here. Looks like it's out there. Yeah. One side goes off. And off from the header there. And go down into the reservoir on the round hole. If that is black. Yeah. There you go. Thermos. I can work that time. And it's all back to YouTube. I mean, I think a rod is too. Right? I get think a rod that can rotate everything rotates. Almost. What do you mean? I thought there would be nothing on it. Yeah. This is done. And I know it. Just rotate my. Um, yeah, I think I'd rock and flies forward on the side, right? Like then I have to connect, right? And that's the thing. You have to look at that. Big doors. I'm not really feeling it right now. Simple, that really works. I'm just not doing that gives you the feeling. You know what I mean? You have to move on from that. It seems annoying to have to, right? Yeah. And it's electrical. We were just pulling it like electrical in a couple of different right? So, there's only rotation, pull it. Like that. Yeah. But, you're right, yeah. It's just like, technically, I should not, but move on, like, for real. What if I, am I ready? Yeah, I haven't written all that. I got to break it down. First thing I have to replace that time. And written all this stuff out first. Yes, I suppose. He's a air cooker. Yeah, heat it up. Just the right temperature, dial it in, move, slide. Basically, yeah. What? Yeah, that way you're done this. It'd be super easy. No. Yeah. Unfortunately. That's a lot of force for every one of those, man. Like, just to somehow have enough flow, you know, force to get through that. So then when it opens, I go put the pressure, so it's pulling, so that feedback. It would work. And it's annoying actually at this point. Yeah. It's like, ah, that's a princess. Hey, hey, I don't wanna. It'd be annoying. They do something else instead. Yeah. Finger. Yeah. Well, there's a finger. Oh, they rotate a ring, and then the ring would open. Yes, as they would go to that they would an x-axis or flat, and then it would turn into a z-axis, and then it would flow through. You know, that kind of thing. You know, let's say if it's a pizza. The pizza's repeated, and so the opening, wide bar, that doesn't work. Make it wide. The rotation is everything is right. Yeah. So like everything about that is pretty ridiculous. I don't wanna. But instead of the man that slide outward, the contour is visible and then even the puzzle back and open up the direction. You know, it's what do we do that? Yeah. Stucky! Oh, yeah. Yeah, just what they're doing. Why don't we just use a little photo? It's so real now. Like, that's nice, neat tricks, slow race, water things. But those, what if we didn't, what if we didn't do that at all? How many solenoids can I get? No, don't do the solenoids anymore. What about, how many thermostats can I get? Oh, okay. How many can we get here? I mean, everyone needs solenoids too. Instead, let's happy luck. Let's just not have solenoids. Let's not have it. Just at the bottom, you know? And, oh, yeah, yeah, right. Of course, yes. That opens off the one way, and that's about that way, and it's not the right portion. Right, of course. And then this is the area that's missing, and it'll drop down every time. So some of that, but that's the here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, that's wicked. It's actually that it's like, well, what the heck is right at yeah, do that. Okay, okay. The electro. Right? Oh, yeah, okay. Let me get some. And here's a capital summer couple. Actually, something really, really diaphragm. Look at a tube diaphragm. These are really, yeah. Pressure on one side, deep up and down. Move it, lighten things, or down. But also, it's like you jump off of the left side and left side and the rear here and the front. If it needs to. That'll be great. Super. From the head, of course. Wow, how did you not see that coming? You know me, right? Okay. Well, that's done. Couldn't yeah. There goes to bottom. How to go from bottom to top? Good question. Honestly, because it used to be over here, it came up. So I suppose I'll have to just have that area, that was a full thing, that thing, be my intake, I suppose. How do I drain this oil so I can separate this bastard? Let's see here. We want to get into not conchology. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, then oil down and that and before on the side down to center with that oil between the two. Right, and go down and like and from this side also. Uh, hmm, yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, it doesn't look good. One thing, better than I want to do. That, that's not good. Yeah, yeah. That's easier when I go down. Hmm. What are you doing? Just, give me a second. You're over here on the side. Good. Yeah. Bicycle. No, bad. Annoying. Look at this again. Um, these folks. Folks in here that couldn't be caught. Almost done. Hmm. It does though. It has to go to the radiator. Or it does. Hmm. Yeah, it is the radiator. Oh, that's not how to do it. I can just make that look cool. So, with that out it is, I suppose I'll just have to mute that motherfucker as hard as I can. See, is there a rear? Are you sure there's not a rear spine here? I can get this up in here. And oh my god, there's a radiator here at the front now. Don't worry, I did this cool guy move. I don't know if you've ever heard of cool guy move. It's cool gal, cool guy, doesn't matter, cool person, really, move. All right, but I'm a guy, so there's that. Yeah, I removed, you guessed it, any air and left in a clear vacuum. And one of the radiator reservoir sides. It's a plunger. I just drilled here. I plunged it off. Arranged and the joke. Now this reservoir over here is a part of that, of course. It's like, of course, Right, but yeah, the reservoir had to seal it off. Because, of course, yeah, it's gonna crush itself if I don't actually make an aluminum box or now. You know, why did you do this? Phase change operations or go. Let's go. No, the phase change is good. Phase change won't work. Yes, it does. It, all right, the reservoir can be sealed now. Yes, no, but like, how did you do that? That's a good question. This is probably some cylinder I found lying around. Whatever I can get, truthfully. Whatever, ultimately speaking, is some metal cylinder that will ultimately hold some amount because it's a more roundy shape at the top or something like that instead of like a fire extinguisher. Like, I'm not going to destroy my fire extinguisher for this. Go fuck yourself. That's not happening. But like, if I can get a cheapo fucking cylinder, right, that's all I really kind of need. And drill and tap. Yeah, that's my check valve. This one and a little nipple there, and kind of like the reverse, I suppose, of what the car tires do. And then I suck out all the air, and I plunge this reservoir side up. I drill, tap, make sure, seal that thing, and then hey, oh, this bike pump really much yank. Oh my god, fuck you! Lots of yanking happening now. Get up a little. Yeah, why not? Fucking put in the sun. Some shit. Fuck off. It's annoying. I'm just gonna vacuum pump with this. Sure. Are you sure? No, no. Yeah. But hey, patient. The feeling is good about like roasted straight 6 L28. That for sure needs the extra cooling. With the only radiator I currently have. I'm not bringing it in. That's not happening. And I'm not going to 3D print another one. Not happening either. And to buy like a cheaper one would be kind of probably difficult. So I'll just plumb it into the old system. As my shoelace pin untied. And you have to retie it. So there's that. Really interesting up there here. The phase change cooling. Same shit. Every car phase change cooling. Everybody needs that. The original, you know. Oh, yeah, like for real, everybody, Just do the spring I had or something. Leave it alone. Yeah. Yeah. Freaking done and tired. Took forever to get this in here. And it's fucking mount engine mounts. Bolts are here. What's going on? And you get this fucking stupid thing. But it'll work. It'll fit. So remember that old transmission? That's the CVT transmission? Yes, with the belt. Right, the belt. Fucking belt. Faster than we're gonna slip, I'm pretty sure. What? Yeah, have that send off for the front, and then the rest of it's in the transfer. The differential transfer. The cock balls. All right, gonna have to use something else. Probably but making choices that differential to the key. Standard differential CCPs. Everybody's got them. They're everywhere. Everyone has that. That's why it's not named Limkey. It's not the Limkey thing. No. No, we wouldn't do that. No. That's my last name. Whole thing. Anyways, let's just gonna move on to what do we want to do? What do we want to do next? Huh? Let's not even get to that. You finished the engine, right? Hopefully. Let's see if I missed anything. Is it running yet? Yeah, firing. Doing the thing I wanted to do. That's good. I like that part. That part's nice. You have two Hall effect sensors. You suck. Yeah, I don't. But look at that. Anyways, I'll just see here. Work on that there. That. Shapes can be cast to the type. Yep. Yeah, look at amplification. That's too hard. There. Yeah, those wing spots, it goes and circuits off into these battery capacitor combos. Done. Yeah, there's a coil of it. Part of the previous is this lead. Done. Okay, sure. There's oil there. So that's great. Zero stuff. Yeah. Like it tries to. It's grounded. You know, to be illuminated. It's fine. That's all it's it's locked. What up? Hey. Yeah, okay. There you go, Dave. Okay. So through. So that's out there. So it's a little bit connected. That's hello. Anyway, back to anything, you can do it today. You can do that. Yeah, there we go. Certainly. Yeah. See if I can do that. Actually, start off a little bit on the high end. And then it I can get sort of help it out. That'll help. Oh, there we go. Good. Yeah, start it up. I click like that. Go. All right. Sweet. Yeah. Good thing I don't have to do with thinking. So there's that. Nice. No exhaust gas circulation I have to worry about. Oh, but if you want to sell them. Oh, right, yes. You guys are here. Okay. Yes, okay. So here, the collector is a wideband printer. So check out, yeah, go for the printers, and that's a floppy machine. That catalytic converter. standard catalytic came with the thing. It's not going to handle it. You're right, it won't really. It's going to be bifurcated. I need to hurt it. Ugh, thank you, man. That's so annoying. Seems like it's so much worse. What are you? A rode over truck around here? Oh no. Oh, oh yeah, so I suppose I'll just put this one in the rear of that one. Just make extra so that, you know, it's going to be able to catalytic control. No bifurcation necessary. It's a flow rate. It won't handle it. Correct. That's right. It is such a deal. What? What do you mean? Yes. Oh, let me just and let's see here and let's see here. Here's that. It's okay. It's summertime, baby. Good boy. Good boy. You are very regular. Yes, you are. Good boy. So just go around this way, and then something else will go through. Okay, that's the rear catalytic. All right, and then that will then get backwards towards the catalytic, and then you flow in a pulsing cycle as a resonator back into the catalytic circuit. Okay, so little, you know, this is the tube, and the tube here, listed as a ring and all, and off, it goes back in, it goes back. The magnet gets filter air, it gets put, it has to go have like a structure, the road is, right? So like that goes in there, there's a hollow, you get the print of base, and you feel from the bungalow, you delay it, keep it, you know, that's what they got, oh, that's good, good, anyway, that's all about me, you're taking this. What are you, Governor? What is my governor still? I'm not sure if I'm if you said it happened, it had to. What is here? Yeah. Don't do that. Fair point. I suppose I shouldn't do that. It is a good idea not to do that. Darn, no, I would have been into it. A little zinc, you know, a little coating of some nickel probably. A little silicone carbide in between. Would have worked just fine. For the handy diffuse compression. Too bad. For the material design stuff, you know? Where did you learn this? Pick it up along the way and getting interested in things. That's good old ADHD stuff. I got interested into something, and then I learned a lot about it very quickly. Yay. Water. There, there. Let's do this. Apparently doesn't start as well. No. You want it to start immediately? Usually, yeah. I don't know. That's enough. Brief moment there. A little crazy. Alright. Ooh. That might be good. Alright, let's see here. Um, What are the cheapest things in the junkyard? Like scooter exhaust, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just drill some fucking and get out the Dremel. Flatten that bastard. Be just fine. Connect a couple of scooter exhausts to it, and fucking that'll work. It's like what, $100, $150. Fine. Have to have it connect. I guess I don't have to have it connected to the original muffler. They have muffler. Use that on over situation is a collector situation to have to have a and that'll go off into simple, easy done. So and it said it didn't get any audio from my microphone for a bit. So I said scooter exhausts. Okay. Right. Like that's easy enough. Those are cheap as fuck, especially those mufflers if I can get them, in a junkyard or something like that. That'd be more than simple enough for what it's worth. Get a clover, however many clamps, and then just clamp those and stick those together. Pretty simple. You can just get like a bolt to a stud, that kind of thing. So it's just like done, simple, got it done. Let's see here. I'll just make a ring adapter to that one that's over there. Do I want to do that? Do I want to have it come off onto the other side over there? The Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, right? Right, there's like a one exhaust area. I'm just like, hey, I can make that bigger. You know what I mean? Like for real, to be fair. Does it have to get a rounder, kind of thing, where I can have it exhaust somewhere else? It's nothing saying I can't do that. I got the catalytic converter. All right, so let's go back to. So where's exhaust supposed to go? Is it after the catalytic converter? Let's go to after the catalytic converters. We'll get, after the catalytic conversion, we'll get the exhaust recirculation. I'll just get like a. Aluminum. You want to do aluminum? What would they want to do? What would they want to do to make it really simple and easy on themselves? Steel braided cable? It's not quite there. It worked. It's just not it's not there. It's not the right pressure and temperature. And eventually get gummed up, break down, thanks to all the carbon and heat. So it's probably not worth it. Let's see here. Hmm. Hmm. This is annoying the hell out of me. I'll use a standard like valve for what it's worth. That would just be for cruise, kind of thing. Right. Sorry. The way exhaust gas recirculation happens to work is that when a given amount of load on your engine is going on, then it happens to activate because you don't really need all of the power. And so it works off some solenoids and effectively your RPM and the engine load and the gear you're in. At least some of the modern designs. The other ones tend to just go like, and I'm here. After I've warmed, I guess, up or something. So like there's that. Because I'll just use like a slidey throttle. That'd be fine. Like a throttle body? Yeah, but it slides, so that way it rotates. And it does the thing, and that makes it a lot more difficult for it to actually like fail effectively. That'd be easy enough to get one of those scooter throttle bodies off the carburetor, just fucking yeet it on there. Should I do that? This seems fucking stupid now. But it would work though. Yeah, it would definitely work. Get a V-band connection or some shit. That seems really excessive though for that. It does. Yeah. Hmm. Shit. Alright, give me a second. Let's see if they have a different steel braided cable thing. Sealed temperature, pressure, state, fluid valve. Yeah, it's excellent. Um, hmm. Then wait, coat it, put it in place, just fill it up with a bunch of boron nitride, nickel coat this thing, and then be done with it effectively. So it's like nickel and then boron nitride, and you're done. It's like fully sealed on the inside. It's a lot around that, so just put that in the kit, I guess. Use a throttle. Throttle would be easier though. But it's like if I wanted to make that work for like an actual company thing, I need to be able to get them in mass effectively, right? So I usually work off a thermocouple and some like a, well, I mean, it's just an electric motor at that point. Yeah. The thermocouple and the solenoid, so like two thermal probe, right? And then like whatever that is, hooked to the ECU, whatever it's supposed to do. Right, that moves forward, standard solenoid bullshit effectively. That'll like rotate and pivot. That gives it the or throttle. Standard, I'm just gonna use a throttle, fuck it, because it's way easier to use a throttle. It's just shaped for that slightly. Let's put it this way. So it goes overhangs, it goes into this little dip, and then it skips off over that little thing. So like as it rotates, it's gonna open up, right? And I'll scoop a little bit more in to where this vacuum area that gets created as it's you were to look at it, the flow goes from in your mind left to right. And then this will counter, I mean, not counter, this is regular clockwise here that it opens as a throttle. And then that gives you a little bit of that exhaust that comes in. And it'll be a little less restrictive, hopefully. As long as I put a dip there. Yeah, just kind of dip it there, so I won't fucking dip effectively. That way, when it goes down, it'll go into that dip. Yeah, and it flows just as well as it did before. And that'll just be a little connection piece that you connect it to your exhaust gas recirculation. Those are two gaskets, bolt studs, block, done, easy all day. Of course, I could do the reverse. Yeah, but then it's gonna hook it in. You gotta remember, it's gonna hook it in, and it's gonna go like I fall open. Yeah, how do I fucking get this to close, you fucker? It's just stuck open all the time. Who needs that, right? Like, all right, that's done with that gasket material. That's currently really the only thing I could do. Otherwise, there's just a bunch of fucking tubes and some threading and fucking shit like that. 'Cause that's all I could do. You know what I mean? Like, that's expensive. So like whatever. But like here, then that's the throttle body for that one that goes off into your intake area, which would be behind a. So my throttle body would be a bit different. So like the intake's right there, right? But it's like, yeah, that's gonna come all the way up here, but really that's a check valve. So it's like an S channel check valve. It goes off to one side, goes off to the other, goes off to the other side. And so in those little spots, kind of like a Tesla valve, yeah, it's gonna then like actually dump in air, right? Because like that can change the total pressure there, and so that'll close a little bit, so it doesn't need as much. Now the intake over here is a ram air intake, right? So I'll just fucking 3D print that fucker into that, and like stick that fucking tube there. It's simple, easy all day. Just gotta how would you? Oh, I mean, plastic would work though. To be fair, plastic does work. It's not going to destroy it. But I mean, we're almost there all the way, right? So, like, maybe I should just stick it onto the sides and have the one in the center, not be there. And then that would make it easier to like have that and come back towards that center area. Yep, compressor is, the intake is. And that allows for air from the radiator to come back through those little areas a lot more easily, and there's less back pressure resisting that. So that'd be good. Put some gills here where the fender wheels are. That way it'll work pretty decently well. Got more exhaust coming out. That'll be pretty simple. Let's see here. Takes care of the heating issue. Got extra cooling from phase change, got extra exhaust from the heat. And the radiator is not just an engine cooling radiator, it's also the air intake, which that's the cold side that comes out that goes directly into that. Then it goes into, so yeah, should be fine. 1 atmosphere? 1 atmosphere. Looking for 1 whole extra atmosphere, so 2 atmospheres total of extra pressure. Well, 1 atmosphere is the pressure, so 1 extra, so 2 total, not extra, total. Yep, and then that's easy for its worth because it's like, yep, that's geared. Yep, and so like no matter what, like it's got to go a little bit extra. So say it's a 2.2, right? That 0.2 is always getting blasted into the exhaust. Like it happens to not have, it keeps cooling the exhaust, so that'd be fine. I got double the catalysts. Right. A differential. I mean, does it work like a? Not really. Nah. Be fair, I had to stick it somewhere. Yeah, not kidding. Yeah. Stupid spare tire there. I suppose I can try and like bolt it to that. You know, eat that out, stick it there. That's my differential. But I get rid of the CVT. So here's some geared CVTs. Right. So most people use belts. I don't like belts. These are ring and conical CVT sets. So they're torque vectored. That'd be something that could fit into the variators there. It's just shafts and so on. In between standard, stuff, right? And then it goes off to the front somehow. That would be annoying to have to figure out. Yeah. I wonder if I can get away with that. Hmm. Mm, yeah, I mean, I suppose I can bolt to the side of the transmission. There's the shaft that goes straight forward, and the side of the transmission, just arc that in. That's the axle, basically. Yeah. Alright, and that would go off to the front where the engine mounts, I suppose, are. Yep, and then that would allow for that to give me power transfer to the front, with the majority going to the rear. Alright, and then torque vectoring, so I have to use that differential that. Just thinking about like how geometrically speaking the suspension is going to work on that one, because they have these type of suspension linkage points. So I'd have to hook into that. So like that would mean extra shaft that you'd have to have that goes there. Yeah. Which I can pull those from the rear, I guess, or the front, however that works out in terms of total distance. Those gears that I could make. Yep, that's flat boy style. or the extra, I suppose, at that point, exhaust that would go to a divergence off to the regular and to a convergence to where that has to happen. In which would work for what it's worth because those are already basically like that. So that happened. I mean, it's neat. I just need a connector to the rear of that. That's it. Yeah, that would work. Plastic sheet, plywood. Yeah, plastic over that. Yep, and then bolt and washer combo. Use some fiberglass, epoxy with that plastic sheet, and then just nickel it. Fuck it, just nickel it. Go plate it somehow. I just need to get one section over there and then one section over there. Yeah, I mean, build it up over time, I guess. That'll work. So, let's see here. Got the skid plate done. Got it covered. Got the exhaust covered. Got the everything covered. So that'll be fine. Yep. There's the rear differential, which would basically be the front differential. Reimagined, I suppose, for its output area. That way it's like a dually, but it's actually like this one goes like this, and that one goes like that, with this stator that's actually rotating to these. Oh, I'm sorry. The middle rotates, the two stay still. That allows for a rotation of this thing, right? You know? Yeah. That way the front goes that way, the sides of here to the rear go this way. Simple, easy, totally doable. Alright, I think that's everything, and unless I'm forgetting something, because I got 5 speeds here. So it's a manual, I just have to take that out and put a gated there, print that. That'll work. Guess I won't hook it into the flappy paddles. Unless I can get a dual clutch. We can get a dual clutch. I wonder if I can get a dual clutch. Print it out. Wouldn't be terribly possible, would it be? Probably make that work. Yeah, alright. Well, it's a manual dual clutch now, so I can still get the third pedal in there. That'll work. And that'll give me my manual when I want it to. Just keep it in neutral and then drop it into gear with the fluffy pedals here. That'll work because that's just it's a hydraulic fluid basically. You know? Yeah, like a what's that thing called? A motorcycle or something? Yeah, that'll work. I just model off of that. You know, white clutch that's like a dual clutch for motorcycles. Just gotta hit the gears right. So that'll be fine. Yeah, passive and active, I suppose. So, two buttons here that are being used. That'll be a solenoid. Change the differential plus and minus. So, bell curve effectively mostly stays in the center. Goes a little bit down and goes a little bit up. For gearing ratios, for torque vector, for rear front, and torque vector for side to side. So that way, most of it goes to the rear, but about maybe 30% will go to the front. And then it gets split 15-15, and then it could go, plus or minus, let's say, the 5% on either way. That'll be fine. Same thing for the rear, 10% maybe. That'd be easy enough to do. Of course, by the time I got to that, really got to get the engine done. Seems like the engine's fine, it's working, so like, yeah, we're just working on more things. All right, bye.